je chanterai pour toi mes meilleures mélodies. Africa, 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 Africa.
Step by step, our movement grows. Step by step, our mobilization continues. For the third time, public development banks are coming together to join forces. Because together, it is possible to change the world. Cooperation is fundamental to finance in common, bringing us together, driving us. In this challenging international context, our role, our collaboration, our action is more important than ever, so that together we can concretely improve people's daily lives. The finance we need for the future we want. Together, let's finance in common.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous prier de bien vouloir vous installer car nous allons débuter cette cérémonie. Je vous prie donc de prendre place. S'il vous plaît, nous commençons cette cérémonie. Mesdames et messieurs, chers présidents d'institutions financières, distingués invités, soyez les bienvenus à cette troisième édition du sommet Finance en commun, co-organisé par le groupe de la Banque africaine de développement ainsi que la Banque européenne d'investissement. Je suis Marie-Angèle Touré, honorée, ravie d'être votre maîtresse de cérémonie durant ces 2 journées que nous allons passer ici à Abidjan, cette agréable capitale économique de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc nous allons le vivre ici et certains vivront cette conférence en visioconférence, à distance, en direct. Je tiens à vous préciser également que cette
I'd like to let you know that this conference will take place in French and in English, and so I invite you to use your headsets so that you can understand for those who do not speak the other language.
Headsets in order to understand what will happen during this conference. Première information et non des moindres, le programme de cette cérémonie a quelque peu changé car nous avons l'honneur et le plaisir de pouvoir recevoir durant la cérémonie plénière le chef de gouvernement de Côte d'Ivoire, son Excellence, Monsieur le Premier ministre Patrick Hachi, qui nous rejoindra donc durant la session d'ouverture. Mais avant celle-ci, bien sûr, nous allons débuter ce sommet.
I would like to say that this summit, you'll see the participants come from all over the world, and they will be talking about regional partnerships to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like you to share your comments on the social networks with the hashtag I would like to ask you to make sure that your communication tools are on silent for the comfort of our guests. And of course, no need to repeat it, even though it is necessary to do so for some people. We will comply with the procedure for the people who will be at the head table. We're going to invite Mrs. Eva Gutierrez, as well as the first panel, to come and take a seat. Eva, please come and take a seat.
Good morning to everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here in Côte d'Ivoire in the Finance in Common Summit. And we have here an excellent panel in which we are going to be discussing how to strengthen cooperation between public development financial institutions to attain the sustainable development goals. And here, yesterday during the research conference, we discussed a paper in which it was found that there is a scope for increasing the financial relationships between multilaterals and public development banks, and the need to create a public platform of development banks and other state-owned financial institutions like public pension funds to mobilize the funds and their public administration in a public platform to support the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. So now we here have this morning a panel of European and Latin American development banks, Latin American and the Caribbean, to discuss these issues. And I would like to invite first the European colleagues. I will start with Laurent Sillenberg, which is the president of the European Long-Term Investors Association, to comment on, and then Carlo Monticelli, which is the governor of the Council of Euro Development Bank, to discuss what is the state of cooperation among public development banks in Europe and how can this be strengthened.
Thank you, Eva. Merci beaucoup. Je suis ravi d'être.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the Ivorian organizers, the investment bank, the CASA, and the Agence Française de Développement for organizing financing in common. What is today the status of affairs? I would say there are three elements that are structuring. There are several development banks. There is at least one per country, and they are all members of the European Association. And they are of different sizes. There are the very large ones and smaller ones. And so you have this spread that makes that makes it possible to have development banks that are very close to the ground, to the people. The European Investment Bank and others are part of this group. And there is a third element that is the structuring element, and the structuring of this financing in Europe is based on history. The development banks in the countries, in the Central European countries, were created after the Berlin Wall came down. And this was to help in rebuilding the German economy. And this cooperation exists and goes back 200 years. It is focused on bringing together the means where it is possible to be able to solve the issues at the level of the population.
Cooperation among public development banks in Europe.
I'm very happy to be here in Abidjan and see this vibrant and dynamism place.
Interact here in this panel with my dear friend Laurent, who is our great partner with the LT that provide a crucial platform for cooperation. Now, cooperation in Europe between public development banks is good, great, I would say. And indeed, I would like just to quote as an example the project that we did together with the Banque de Territoire, an organization part of the Quai des Dépôts group, in providing the Hemisphere, it is the name of the project, and this was really an important way to cooperate and provide social housing for refugees, asylum seekers, and just homeless. But so cooperation is great, but indeed there is a room for improvement. As they say, the room for improvement is the largest room always available. And I would just like to put forward 3 ideas where cooperation could be improved. 3 axes of development, further development, if you will. The first is the notion or try to organize platforms and cooperation around the focus on cities, municipalities, with a view to enhancing their resilience. At the end of the day, they are on the forefront of receiving social tensions that come from crises, shocks, the influx of migrants. So this is one important area, I believe. A second area is be open to consider new partners. The public development banks are quite a few, so the cooperation among them is the basis for an outreach to other partners which can really provide extra value added, especially in the civil society. I have in mind the interesting work that we have been doing with the FiCS. It's a long acronym for Brussels-based NGO, very active in the field of migration, integration of migration, and yet again there are special insights to be gleaned from cooperating from even small institutions, but they have a direct contact even with neglected aspects of social tensions, which however have to be considered. And my third idea, which I would like to put forward, is the need for being creative, to embrace innovation and transformative actions with new ways to cooperate among ourselves and with communities. I've seen many circumstances in which, for example, art and creativity was really an instrument, a catalyzer for social innovation. In Colombia, Medellin, for example, provided a fantastic example to this effect. And in Europe, we have to learn from this new way to be ingenious and vital in finding new ways, like the one of the example that I was quoting.
Thank you. And so to continue with you, Carlo, how do you think that this cooperation among the European development banks can help to tackle the overlapping crisis that we are currently facing?
Well, we are now in a moment where we are really experiencing overlapping crises. We had the war that has led to the food and energy crisis. We are still living the scars of left by COVID on economic activity and on societies. Because at the end of the day, when we have crisis, we do know that the most vulnerable is the hardest. And this is where the mission of the SEB is, the Council of Europe Development Bank, is particularly relevant at this juncture in time. And this is an area where I see really room for cooperation, just to maintain the social fabric there, not to have it torn away by these crises. Now, this is a clearly global crisis, which requires a global response. And this is where we have to think of platforms to enhance cooperation. And I mean, being here, of course, FiCS is really the first and most prominent platform to cooperate at the global level. Now, on the second area is once again to answer cooperation with having in mind the urgent response to the crisis with reference to the most vulnerable. And the third point that I want to recall, and this is one of the key areas where LT is spearheading the effort, is to intervene in the financial regulation to catalyze the help of private finance. The firepower of all multilateral development banks and public development banks is very large, but these resources are scarce with respect to the daunting challenges that we are facing. So the fact of having an incentive in financial regulation, in capital adequacy ratios, to promote long-term investment in the social area, I believe is something that could be done, quote unquote, fairly easily, and I think it would really have a tremendous impact.
Thank you. Laurent, from your perspective, how can the European long-term investors cooperate with others to tackle this overlapping crisis?
I think that the first element has already been underscored by Carlo and my colleague here. We need to remember what kind of crises we face. These are crises that overlap: financial, energy, and these are different crises for which we need to have a common answer, and we need to have a good analysis. The good analysis, it seems to me, is to consider that these concern everyone, and that we avoid the blaming game. If we don't do that, we will not be able to come up with the good answers. Now, secondly, these crises are cyclic. There are several cycles that follow one another, and in this current cycle, we need public financial actors, multilateral actors, because they are the only ones who can use leverage on the public and attract the private sector. Subsidies alone will not be the answer. And this will not solve, for instance, the climate crisis. So we need to play this catalytic role. The third element, and this was said in the corridors a lot, it is the concept of blending. The blending is more and more important. We may not have the money, but we need to use that money in a very responsible way. We have a major role to play, and this role is how do we reconcile the short term and the long term. Our role is to make sure that long-term investment can be present today, because there's an urgency on the long term, and there are two reasons for this. The first one being, if we want to combat inflation, which is essential, we need to have production means that are efficient and that can increase the offer. And in many countries, including the countries of the North, there is a problem in the infrastructure that needs to be resolved.
To improve cooperation in Europe. And now I would like to turn the attention to another continent, to America and the Caribbean, and I would like to invite Javier Díaz, Presidente de Bancoldex, the SME and EXIM, Colombian Development Bank, to share his views about how Latin American banks can strengthen their position to attain the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you very much, Eva. It's a pleasure to be here. So I guess to answer your question in the most direct way, yesterday we had a great academic agenda here at the Finance in Common event, and we learned that there's over 500 public banks in the world, public development banks, and if you put that in the Latin American stage, there's at least 30, and we still act in silos. So the first thing we need to do, I think, from a Latin American perspective, is act as if we only had one balance sheet. We need to collaborate more, we need to act in tandem, and we need to come up with solutions that apply to everyone, because we are very diverse in terms of size and in terms of geography. So the first thing I would say is we need to act with one mentality, and events like this actually help very much in that regard. The second thing I would say is innovation and technology have to be at the heart of every single solution that we come up with. The tools that we have today in 2022 were unimaginable a decade ago. So the payment system, everything has progressed tremendously. So we need to tackle the problems of today with the elements that we have technologically today. We can't think the way we were thinking at the start of this century. So innovation and technology need to be the drivers of everything that we do nowadays, especially in the financial turmoil that we are living and the looming crisis that is coming along. I would also add that we need further collaboration with private banks, because this is an event of public development banks, which is wonderful in and of itself, but there seems to be a divide between what the public banks can do and the private banks should do. And I don't think there is such a divide. I think further collaboration between the private and the public banks is certainly something that we need. And my final point would be corporate governance. I don't think we talk enough about good corporate governance at the public development banks, and best practices at these PDBs actually need to be implemented, because I think we've seen examples of what poor corporate governance can achieve, and it's disastrous. So better corporate governance, technology and innovation at the heart of everything, one balance sheet, and innovation, I think, is the key to tackle the problems that we face today.
Thank you, Javier. So I would like to invite now Dr. Jean Leon from the Caribbean Development Bank, from beautiful Barbados, to share his views about what can be done to, from the PDB perspective, to attain the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you very much, Eva, and it's a pleasure to be here as well. Maybe let me start with one simple point, which is that we need to recognize the joint mandate of all public banks is to be able to promote the development of, I almost want to say, the world. And if we start from that perspective, we realize that the problem is bigger than any one of us can do. And because of that, we have no choice but to collaborate and collaborate better. And so from that perspective, I want to focus on three aspects of that collaboration that I think we need to be able to do going forward. The first, I think, is on advocacy. The time has come where MDBs, PDBs need to begin to see themselves as advocating as one to be able to meet the mandate that we have just spoken of. And I raised that in two particular points. One is the collaboration among ourselves, advocating for things that matter. We spoke yesterday about SDR channeling as a means of promoting the deployment of finance for development. We need to look at advocacy with regard to the markets in terms of credit rating agencies. The diversity and heterogeneity that we talk about, we are impacted differently. And so how do we communicate better, champion better ideas with credit rating agencies? Because in principle, we have a tension. The tension of what do we do to promote our mandate and how we are judged by agencies like credit rating agencies as a means of allowing us the means to enter markets to get financing that can help us deploy. And so that's another area where I think we need to have a common platform. We need to equally, I think, be able to work better with the private sector, not just private sector financing institutions, private sector in general, because what makes the difference in terms of pipelines of investment opportunities is, in my mind, policy uncertainty. And if we cannot find a way of reducing policy uncertainty, it doesn't matter how much money we have. Yesterday, AIIB said they had 100 billion, but how could they leverage it more? If we haven't got the ability to attract long-term investment opportunities through reducing policy uncertainty, there is no way we can actually deploy and get to the mandate of development.
So, Dr. Leon, can you give me a couple of examples of how you are collaborating with other development banks? And by the way, I was in Barbados with your team trying to set up a date for the brainstorming between the World Bank and the Caribbean Development Bank. So more to come there, I hope. But can you give me some examples of, concrete examples of how you're collaborating with other PDBs?
We are very small. And so we have no choice. We have great partners in the EIB, for example, who has had a sterling history with us, both in terms of the provision of financing and equally in terms of the sharing of knowledge and experience. We have just signed an MOU with the AFDB that would allow us to be able to do more in terms of knowledge sharing and technology transfer. We have worked very well with the IDB in the Latin American space because some of our members are not members of the IDB, and we can get both financing and, again, knowledge and experience sharing with them. And we have now initiated a very good partnership with the private sector, so the very partnership that I was just referring to. Private sector in the region, both in the productive capacity space and also in the private financing space, as to how we can generate a complementarity between the private and the public sectors with a view to meeting the development goals that are common to us that we need to be able to address together. Yeah.
Thank you. And Javier, can you give us a couple of examples of how Bancollex is cooperating with other institutions in the context of some of your projects?
Certainly. At the beginning of this year in Bancollex, we launched a microfinance marketplace. It is called Neocredito, for anyone who wants to visit our website and see it. So this marketplace was showcased at the ALIDE conference in Curaçao earlier this year. And out of that showcasing, we started conversations with at least 3 national development banks in the Caribbean. And one of those is Belize. So we already visited Belize with the sponsorship of the Inter-American Development Bank. And we are in discussions about licensing this microfinance marketplace throughout the Caribbean. So I think that one good thing leads to another. If you have an innovative product in which we worked for over 2 years and we launched this year, and you get enough attention in a great forum like Alide, then you can get the right conversations going. And that has already led, in our case, to being in potential talks about licensing a platform. So I think that's the type of collaboration that we would like to see more coming out of Latin America.
Great. I want to thank all the panelists in this first panel for their insights on the topic. And I would like now to invite the panelists on African development banks to come to the stage. Good morning. So I want to welcome Campetta Pichet, which is the Chief Executive Officer of the Development Bank of Rwanda, Serge Euke, which is the President of the West African Development Bank, and Thabo Tamane, which is the Chairman of the Association of African Development Finance. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to discuss how the African development banks can help to support resources for a just and green transition in the African continent. And I would like to start with Campetta, if you can share your views on the subject.
Thank you very much, Eva, and thank you for having us here today. I'd like to make 3 points on this particular topic. I think the first one is a point that was raised by Dr. Jean on the previous panel. We all have the same DNA, we all have the same mandates as development banks, but somehow we're not monitoring the same thing. We don't have a harmonized set of metrics to make sure that we have a clear understanding on what does it mean to have a just green transition. And I think the first thing that we can do really via FiCS is to say, can we have a harmonized set of indicators that we're monitoring, which will also be very helpful for resource mobilization. The second point is around the financing instruments of the future. I think now everybody knows that the world is not going to be the same. I think the world of finance is not going to be the same after these 3 crises that were mentioned by the previous panel. But to what extent will we be able to create the financing instruments of the future as development banks? As development banks, we have a very unique, I would say, feature, because we have the public policy mandate in mind, but we also have a lot of understanding as to how the private sector works and how governments work. And the question that we have when it comes to climate finance is to what extent we'll be able to structure climate finance better. I think what we have currently is not really working. There's a lot of pledges, not a lot of disbursement, not a lot of execution when it comes to climate finance. Part of it is due to structuring. Part of it for countries like mine, which is still have a shallow private sector, is around the concessionality element. How do we get the private sector involved if the interest rates are at 17, 18%? It's literally impossible. So we need to think, as we think about blending, not only guarantees, but also what do we do to bring down the interest rates to levels that are attractive to the private sector to be able to create these green assets. And then the third thing is really the capacity of development banks to create pipelines. And here I'm talking about...
I would like to emphasize 2 elements to be brief and concise. The first one is what I would call the rationale, which literally means what is, for an institution like West African Development Bank, BOAD, what is the motive, the raison d'être, which is very simple as a matter of fact, which is basically how to foster development of our 8 countries in our sub-region, which is a region of more than 120 million inhabitants, with a GDP of about the same, by the way. And the question is, how do we basically foster the development, the sustainable development, taking into account the transition, because again, our region contribution to the climate change, as you well aware, is very minimal, but the impact for our region is of a high magnitude. Now, the method we use is basically taking into account the level of development of the national program, national development plans of our 8 countries, either for the governments but also for the private sector, and I 100% share your views here. No, so first of all, how do we cope with that? Second thing is everything related to how do we comply with the SDG of the United Nations. Basically, you can see that we comply and we aim to comply with a number of the 17 SDG. And to be concrete, last year when I joined, we have launched our first sustainable bonds issue, raising 750 million euro at 2.75%, which are today, when we look at things in detail, the level of this coupon seems of another century. Now, and what explains, to my opinion, what explains such a success is again the motive and the method. Basically, the investors are really interested in the way, basically on who we are and what we do. And how do we trace the proceeds? How do we invest in climate change? What have we been doing in describing and creating our framework, a sustainable framework? And basically, these are, for us, the key success factors. And we believe that even though the paradigm has changed, we do believe that these elements should be still applied. We should still apply these elements to foster again the development of our region.
Thank you. And Tabo, finally on to you. How, from the perspective of your association and the institutions that belong to it, how do you see the challenges and opportunities in supporting the green transition and just transition in Africa?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. And I join everyone in congratulating FiCS for this summit. And I want to start with some bit of statistics and facts. African facts. Africa has 40% of the world's gold. It has the largest reserves of cobalt, uranium, diamonds, and platinum. And it holds 65% of the world's arable land. It holds 10% of the planet's internal renewable freshwater sources. And Africa has a young, vibrant population and significant economic potential. 1.3 billion people in Africa with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion US. Clearly, those are opportunities. Now, how do we harness those opportunities through the PDBs and MDBs? I think it's important to note that these PDBs in Africa stands at a vantage position in addressing these numerous challenges. And I think what is very key, I'm going to present this in two folds. First, I'm going to talk to what governments in Africa should do. One, they must undertake bold domestic structural reforms to scale up markets by improving digital connectivity. The previous panel discussion spoke on that, and I think my colleague Campetta also spoke on that. They must maintain stable and competitive exchange rates. We all know that for PDBs to borrow money from the market, mostly are US dollar denominated, and it's expensive to some of the PDBs. So I think African governments must maintain stable and competitive exchange rates. And what is very key is that we must build a very strong coalition of development banks and speak with one voice. My association, which I chair, the Association of African DFIs, is trying to do that. But we need the much needed support from developed countries in order for us to be able to speak in one voice. Because I can give you an example. In one instance, one PDB will fund a non-green project, whereas the other one will reject it. So we need to speak with one voice and make sure that we direct our attention and focus and energy into a just a green environment. And I think as I now turn to the rest of the world, it is important that for us to be able to transition as African PDBs, we need the world to trust us because we know the environment. We are the ones that are closer to the heartbeat of the projects on the ground. And I think it's also important that PDBs are involved in the deployment of capital by the multilateral development banks because, as I said, we know the environment, we are part of the ecosystem, we know it better, and we can assist them. I think let me stop there. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for these reflections. I think that from the two panels, we can conclude that the development banks are really well positioned to tackle the challenges that we are currently facing. I think that the things that resonate is the local knowledge embedded in the institutions that can benefit from international best practices and sharing of experiences through platforms of institutions that are also used to exchange financing and to convey a unified position, a voice of development financial institutions. We hear the importance of exploiting new technologies, innovation, creativity, and of course the need to operate in a sustainable macroeconomic environment, while at the same time thinking about the governance of the institution and how to continue measuring impact through indicators that allow to assess the progress vis-a-vis the attainment of these sustainable financial goals. And with this, I want to thank the panelists and move to the next part of the session. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva, for this insightful conversations. Merci également aux différents conférenciers qui se sont succédés sur ce podium et qui ont participé.
Thank you to all the speakers who were on these panels. You've heard their opinions. So now we're going to take a short break, and during that break, you're going to be able to see some video messages of personalities who were not able to be part of this session. So I would like to ask you to watch these videos, and we are now expecting the arrival of the Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire. See you soon.
To begin, I would like to thank President Adesina and President Hoyer for having me at this year's Finance in Commons Summit. This summit marks a key opportunity for public development banks to enhance our shared commitment to sustainable development. I would also like to extend my appreciation to Rémi Rieu, the CEO of the Agence Française de Développement, for his continued efforts in driving this important initiative. At the 21st Century Multilateral Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank finances investments that are innovative, inclusive, and sustainable. By financing infrastructure for tomorrow, we help move financial systems towards a more sustainable future in which the Sustainable Development Goals can be realized. Following the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, the push for a green and equitable transition cannot be more timely. AIIB's investments in sustainable climate-resilient infrastructure and green technologies improve access to essential services and promote inclusive growth. The need for global climate action is urgent. Accordingly, we have pledged to align our operations and financial flows with the Paris Agreement by 2023. Between 2019 and 2030, our accumulative climate finance approvals are estimated to reach $50 billion. This will mark a fourfold increase in AIIB's climate financing over this crucial decade. Advancing an equitable and resilient global recovery also demands the development of new, tailored financial instruments that fit the needs of our members. Our Sustainable Development Bond Framework, published in 2021, highlights our commitment to sustainable financing and supporting our members' efforts in meeting their targets under the Paris Agreement and SDGs. AIIB's raison d'etre is to drive smart investments and bridge the gap between public and private capital while staying true to our values of being lean, clean, and green. To this end, AIIB offers new and innovative MDB financing to better enable the private sector to play a central role in accelerating low-carbon, climate-resilient, and equitable growth. With a total of 105 members and a growing list of non-regional members, AIIB is firmly committed to global impact. This year's summit represents an opportunity to strengthen our ties in Africa and further explore our role in promoting sustainable development across the region. The objectives of the Finance in Commons Summit broadly reflect AIIB's own ambitions and priorities. We look forward to working alongside our partners and peer MDBs to achieve a greener, prosperous, and inclusive future for all. I wish you all a successful summit full of meaningful discussion. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to join the Finance in Commons Summit, gathering as it does 500 public development banks or PDBs to discuss your increasingly important role in tackling our global community's crises. In the wake of COVID-19, countries are now faced with a devastating cost of living crisis that is pushing millions of people into poverty and hunger, a growing debt and liquidity crunch, and the threat of an outright recession in 2023. We are seeing the effects of a crippled banking and financial system in countries such as Afghanistan, which has contributed to the loss of 700,000 jobs in the past 12 months alone. Indeed, this year, people in every corner of the globe are witnessing a climate emergency that is hitting much harder and faster than many expected. Given this overall situation, for the first time in 32 years, the UNDP Human Development Index, which measures a nation's health, education, and standard of living, has declined globally for 2 years in a row. At this moment of immense global uncertainty, PDBs are playing a key role in aligning financial systems with national development priorities and the Sustainable Development Goals. That includes de-risking investments and leveraging capital and critical private financing. The United Nations Development Programme is supporting these key objectives across the world. That encompasses our work, for instance, to support 86 countries right now to design and implement integrated national financing frameworks, or INFFs, to align development finance with the SDGs and the Paris Agreement from a national perspective. International financial institutions, including the IMF, the World Bank, and the African Development Bank, are supporting these frameworks in now over 50 countries. Notably, Mongolia was the first country to officially endorse its INFF, helping the country to meet the $15.7 billion cost of its medium-term development plan. As a result, the Development Bank of Mongolia is also aligning its portfolio with the Sustainable Development Goals. Crucially, INFFs can serve as a platform for increased collaboration between the PDBs and the governments that Finance in Common is calling for. New analysis by UNDP and Finance in Common shows the urgency, but also the desire of PDBs to align their strategies more closely with the Sustainable Development Goals, an area that UNDP can and does provide support on. It is also essential that we pool our collective intelligence in a number of key areas and build pipelines of SDG-aligned investments. Consider UNDP's SDG investor maps, which have already identified 400 major investment opportunities for the private sector across 24 countries. For example, that engagement has also led to our work with the Development Bank of Seychelles to drive investments towards the blue economy. Or look to new standards developed by UNDP's SDG Impact for key areas like bonds, which are leading to tangible results. As an illustration of this work, UNDP collaborated and assisted the new Development Bank to issue an SDG bond in China in the year 2021, valued in the $800 million range. UNDP has also made a bold commitment to work with our partners to help promote $1 trillion of investment towards the SDGs by the year 2025. To achieve this ambitious moonshot, as we call it, we will continue to rely on the support, ideas, collaboration and financing from all our partners, including our Finance in Common colleagues. We are also advancing the G20 Sustainable Finance Roadmap to help the G20 and international organizations to mobilize game-changing levels of sustainable finance and investment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, supporting countries to unlock new sources of finance is crucial to advance a new form of development through decarbonization. In this respect, the Finance in Common Coalition provides a unique platform to help shape a next-generation financial framework. One not just based on GDP growth alone, but one that truly works in the service of people and planet. Thank you for the opportunity to address you at this meeting today.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency, President Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I would like to begin by extending special thanks to Your Excellency, President Alassane Ouattara, for hosting the third edition of Finance in Common Summit and honoring all participants with your presence despite your busy schedule. I would like also to express my thanks and appreciation to the government and people of Côte d'Ivoire for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a very challenging time for the global economy. As the world strives to recover from one of the worst pandemics in the history of humanity, it is facing a large-scale geopolitical crisis and a series of natural catastrophes, manifesting the grave threat that climate change poses to global development. Undoubtedly, this triple crisis is taking a heavy toll on the 2030 Development Agenda and global climate goals. The impact on the Islamic Development Bank's 57 member countries, especially the most fragile and least developed ones, is already being felt. In response to these circumstances, the Islamic Development Bank Group has realigned its strategy for 2023-2025 to better respond to the changing needs and priorities of its member countries. The focus now is on three overarching strategic objectives. First, boosting recovery. Second, tackling poverty and building resilience. And third, driving green economic growth. The bank has also set an ambitious climate finance target of 35% of all its interventions. In 2021, 31% of the bank's total approvals were for climate action, including adaptation and mitigation activities. In the same vein, the bank has done extensive work with its member countries and stakeholders to announce a target to be fully Paris-aligned by the end of the next year. In this regard, the bank stresses the need for a coordinated global effort to support a green, resilient, sustainable, and inclusive recovery, and to create a global financial system conducive to a just transition. In this context, the Islamic Development Bank is committed to supporting this important forum as well as other global platforms. We believe that sustainable development and the greening of economies can only be achieved with the active engagement of key stakeholder groups. To support the effective implementation of a just transition, governments, public development banks, multilateral development banks, and international development finance institutions need to coordinate their efforts to create a global financial system that is equipped with a wide range of traditional and innovative financing tools, including Islamic finance. Necessary financial and technical assistance and capacity development initiatives that can catalyze action should be provided first to nations that are most at risk. Wide-ranging and transparent communication is also key. Governments must sufficiently engage with the public to sensitize them to the challenges inherent in the transition and build acceptance among stakeholders groups for future policy interventions. At the same time, citizens have a crucial role to play in shaping policy. It is worth emphasizing, however, that context-specific reforms and policies that support the transition must be designed carefully. Every just transition has to be locally rooted. Policies and programs need to be designed in line with the specific conditions of each country. During this significant period of transformation, in which difficult yet crucial reforms are being implemented, we must be mindful of and well prepared for the economic and social consequences on vulnerable stakeholders. The key takeaway is that the costs and benefits of the transition should be justly shared and distributed. I hope our discussions today will help promote the most crucial reforms needed to achieve a just transition founded on sustainable, inclusive, and resilient global development. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous demander de vous installer, s'il vous plaît. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly invite you to take your seat. The ceremony is about to begin. Messieurs, dames, je sais bien que ces conversations sont très riches, très vives, mais je vous invite à vous asseoir car nous allons bien...
Please take your seats. We shall soon be starting our meeting.
Messieurs, dames,
ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. And
ladies and gentlemen, une dernière fois, nous allons vous demander de vous installer.
One last time, please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are at the front, please, in front of the stage, please take your seats. The ceremony will soon start. There's still a handful of people before the stage. I'll come down and ask you to please go to your seats. Those who are still standing, I count, ladies and gentlemen, on your cooperation. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. The ceremony shall be starting in a few minutes.
On le fera pas. On le fera pas. D'accord, vous ferez un signe comme ça je vous distinguerai. D'accord, oui, c'est là-bas que je sais. D'accord. Oui. voir ça avec Monsieur Alexandre. Messieurs, dames.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly, warmly welcome the Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire. Please stand up and give him a warm welcome. He's here to take part in our conference. Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Nous allons laisser quelques instants à nos amis photographes.
We're going to give a few minutes to our photographers to take pictures.
Merci à vous. Plus que quelques secondes.
Thank you. Just a few more seconds. Thank you. That's it. You'll have the opportunity to take pictures of the pictures later on. Thank you.
Monsieur
Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of the government of Cote d'Ivoire, heads of development, finance institutions, dear delegates, welcome to this third edition of Finance in Common being held here in Cote d'Ivoire, the capital of Cote d'Ivoire, but this is a hybrid meeting. So this is a bilingual meeting, French and English. Please feel free to use headsets that have been made available to you.
Use your translation headsets. Je suis Marie-Angèle Touré-Conan.
My name is Marie-Angèle Conan. I'll be the MC for the two next days. We're going to talk about a green transition for sustainable development organized by the AFDB Group and the European Investment Bank. Feel free to make your comments through the following hashtag Finance in Common 2022, and also by identifying Finance in Common in your communications. I can see that some are holding their mobile phones. You can do it on the in the media or later on, but the most important thing is to share about the conference, but of course make sure that your phones are on silence throughout the conference. And I would like to thank the three partners of the event, the Agence Française de Développement, Casa Depositi Prestiti, and also the Development Bank of the Council of Europe. But without further ado, I'd like to invite Mrs. Kabanyale, Minister of Planning and Development of Cote d'Ivoire and AFDB Governor for Cote d'Ivoire. Please join me on the stage. Excellencies, Mr. Patrick Aché, Prime Minister, Head of the Government of Cote d'Ivoire, Mrs. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministers of State, members of the Government of Cote d'Ivoire, ministers of our sister countries, heads of delegation, president of the AFDB Group, president of the European Investment Bank, managing director of AFD, chairman of Finance in Common, representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the diplomatic corps, dear guests, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. It is a great pleasure for me to speak today as the Minister of Planning and Development and as Governor of Cote d'Ivoire, for Cote d'Ivoire, the IFTB, to wish a warm welcome at the 2022 FiCS Summit. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the personalities, decision makers, economists, financiers, development representatives, and representatives of more than 530 development banks, both from the public and private sector, who have accepted to come to Abidjan and whose distinguished presence is a great honor for this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also the opportunity for me to thank Mr. Guillaume Additioner, President of the African Development Bank, and top management for having chosen Abidjan, this third edition that is being held for the very first time in Africa with the following theme: a green and just transition for sustainable development is a source of great pride for my country, and Abidjan is going to be turned into climate finance capital for 2 days. And I would like to thank my colleague ministers and other high representatives of other countries, and also our partners, Mr. Werner Hoyer, President of the European Investment Bank, and Mr. Ryu, Managing Director of the AFDB and Chairperson of the Finance in Common Initiative, co-organizer of this event, and I would also like to thank them for choosing Abidjan. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you're well aware, the COVID-19 pandemic thwarted efforts of decades of investment with a great impact on social progress in Africa. Today, with the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, the global economy is facing unprecedented inflation pressures and debt indebtedness, geopolitical fragmentations inter alia, and against a background of climate crisis. Côte d'Ivoire, under the aegis of the President of the Republic, Mr. Ouattara, has made efforts to resist the crisis. As a result, our economy has been resistant, and in 2020 we had a growth of 2% as against a -2% growth in Africa. And in 2021, the growth rate was 7%, and is projected to be at 21%, at 2% in 2022. Côte d'Ivoire was supported by its partners, including the FDB that provided 49 million CFA francs to support our economic and health recovery plan. Furthermore, the European Investment Bank, along with the European Union and Germany as Team Europe, signed many agreements with our government to the tune of 100 billion CFA franc to support our post-COVID economic recovery and to support the solidarity and health plan. I would like to seize this opportunity before more knowledgeable people will say it, to renew our gratitude to our development partners who were flexible by adapting their tools to this crisis, taking on board our priorities. Honorable guests, the global crisis and the various exogenous crises as a result have brought about many challenges, with an economic slowdown impacting the most vulnerable populations. There are also tension on global supply chains, impact on energy, on agricultural products will also have an impact on poverty and will result in social unrest. And coupled with that, we've got climate change that can be seen in the whole world, but it's our developing countries that are bearing the brunt of it, and climate change seems to be amplifying, compounding tensions. I would like to thank you for all your efforts to set up a coalition that will channel financial flows towards quality infrastructure with a view to achieving sustainable development goals. Governments of African countries trust that this third edition will have outcomes that will help better support development actions for African populations. As far as I'm concerned, I wish that the outcome of this summit will further strengthen the development process of our continent, and particularly in Côte d'Ivoire, by fast-tracking the implementation of economic and social changes initiated by the head of government, Prime Minister Patrick Haché. To wrap up, I wish you a successful meeting, and I wish all of you welcome to Côte d'Ivoire, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Minister, for this warm welcome remarks, and you also referred to measures taken by Côte d'Ivoire during this crisis. And now we would like to invite to this forum Mr. Honor, the chairperson, the president of the European Investment Bank, who is going to make his remarks. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here today with you, and a great honor for the European Investment Bank to co-organize this event for the first time in Africa with the colleagues from the African Development Bank. Thank you, Akin, for your leadership. And thank you, Remy, for your role and passion in creating the Finance in Common movement. The timing and the spirit of this gathering are really crucial. COP27 is just a few weeks ahead of us. This will be the implementation COP. The implementation COP. We have had too many announcements and talking events. Now is the implementation COP, and there are huge expectations. And there are increasing signals of a looming global crisis. As has been mentioned in Washington, D.C. during the annual meetings of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund by Larry Summers, while, and I quote, "We have the most complex, diverse, cross-functional challenges, the fire department is still at the station." So it is our responsibility and opportunity to act now, to walk the talk when it comes to climate action and sustainable development goals, to tackle today's compounded challenges, and to show that the public development banks of the Department of Fire is already on the case. Our governments, our shareholders are under huge pressure. And we all know that in situations like the one we are experiencing today, investment suffers first. Forward-looking initiatives suffer, and more than anything else, people suffer, and multilateralism suffers as well. As public development banks, we have a special role to play to serve our public mission, and we can pool our financial and technical resources and our ideas in a way to serve it better. Today, we manage some $23 trillion of assets and represent up to $2.3 trillion a year in annual investment, approximately 12% of the global total. Together, we can and we must do a difference. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that there are 3 areas to step up our impact. First, we must be more forward-looking. We need to think about investment projects that are future-proof and will work tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. This is why we are talking so much about adaptation and not just mitigation. Adapting to a changing climate, anticipating the structural shifts in our economies, adopting the latest technologies and standards. Look at climate action. In 2020, MDBs committed $66 billion to it, over half of which was channeled to developing countries. And last year, we did even more, exceeding the goal for 2025 set at the request of the UN Secretary General in 2019. In 2021, the volume of climate financing committed by MDBs hit $82 billion, of which more than half, $51 billion, went to low and middle income countries. Some might be tempted in the current climate to backpedal on climate action and commitments. I firmly believe we need to stay on course on this, not because of ideological reasons. This is because of economic reasons. It's good economics. We must dispel the myths holding back the energy transition. Deploying renewables and storage infrastructure is cheaper and much faster to roll out than drilling for oil and gas. Our success, I believe, will be measured by our skills in avoiding stranded assets and in supporting the ingenuity of our people and businesses. Second, focusing more and more on productive investments. With high debt to GDP ratios and huge investment needs, public banks should look for the greatest impact. We need quality projects. We need to apply smart economics, like investing in women and investing sectors like renewable that create jobs and serve multiple policy objectives. As policy institutions, as public institutions, we need to go the extra mile in thinking how to generate more value and make our value proposition attractive for private investors crowding them in. We need their creativity, their risk-taking attitude, and their financial firepower. Third, and this is linked to both my previous points, we need global solutions and initiatives. We cannot afford that measures and projects in one country come at the detriment of others, whether this is about energy, vaccines, or food. We need global schemes that protect the most vulnerable while serving common objectives. For all this to happen, we need a new, strong partnership model forged on trust and respect. And respect begins with knowing and listening to each other. I can ensure that the European Investment Bank and our development arm, EIB Global, are listening and eager to learn and share. And we are ready to be, within Team Europe, and in closest cooperation and alignment with our friends in the European Commission, functional for strong strategic partnerships between the African Union and the European Union in climate and energy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Abidjan to walk the talk. Let's be pragmatic and ambitious. Let's bring our best people together for the identification, design, and financing of the multitude of projects that we will need to make collectively an impact. And as a collective, I hope that this summit will keep on growing as a platform of doers. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hoyer, for sharing your vision with us. J'appelle à présent sur scène.
I now call Mr. Remy Reyou, who's the CEO of the International Finance Club, and he's coming up here now. dear Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire, ladies and gentlemen, dear ministers, dear heads of institutions, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm extremely happy to welcome you to the third edition of the FiCS Summit, co-hosted by our multilateral friends from the European Investment Bank, dear Werner, and the African Development Bank, dear Akin, who took over the torch that was carried so forcefully and elegantly last year by our Italian colleagues at the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. I also want to thank the International Development Finance Club, IDFC, and the World Federation of DFIs, the founders of the FiCS initiative. And I'm extremely happy, of course, to be for the first time here in Africa before reaching another region next year. I'm impressed to see so many of you present today. Thank you for making the trip. That was not easy between the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Washington and COP27 very soon in Egypt. And thanks to all the viewers who are also following us remotely. The seed we planted in 2020 with the Finance in Common initiative is growing very nicely. No coincidence, our movement was born in the midst of a global crisis. It is in the essence of public development banks to happen and strengthen when all seems to crumble, at very hard times, to finance what no other actor will finance, to leave no one behind, to originate projects and mobilize private finance at scale. It was the raison d'être of the French Caisse des dépôts et consignations back in 1816, after Napoleon's War. This is the oldest of us all, when my own country, France, was in a terrible situation. That was the raison d'être of the American Reconstruction Finance Corporation at times of the Roosevelt New Deal, that of the World Bank in 1945, that of KfW, EIB, EBRD in my region, Europe, and now that of many more institutions burgeoning all over the world. FiCS is about giving a voice to all of us, to national and sub-national public development banks first and foremost, to share their knowledge of the development experience of their own constituencies and help search for common solutions. A session was devoted this morning before the opening to the various regional experiences of public development banks in Europe, yes, but also in Africa, in Asia and the Pacific, and in Latin America. Because public development banks are again at the front line, working so hard to mitigate the dramatic consequences of climate change, biodiversity loss, pandemics, food insecurity, or energy crisis. Keeping long-term issues alive, the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. And we are not alone. Finance in Common is about bringing together public development banks with civil society, more present this year than before, to discuss notably human rights in our operations, the private sector, municipalities, and international organizations. And our group continues to welcome new members, and I particularly want to thank this year GSG for Impact Investing, le Forum des Caisses des dépôts et consignations, le Fonds mondial pour le développement des villes, the Global Network of Local Governments, WWF, the Development Bank of the Council of Europe, UN Women, who organize side events alongside the FiCS here in Abidjan. Because FiCS is not a pro-domo manifestation of public development banks, we encourage and rest on science, as brilliantly expressed yesterday during the annual FiCS Research Conference, where 18 new research and policy papers were discussed and released, as well as a new version of our unique in-depth database identifying 522 public development banks with the respectable figures Werner Hoyer was referring to immediately, 12% of total global investment and a significant counter-cyclical increase of our financing from 2020 to 2021. We discussed yesterday how PDBs can better serve public policies, consistently align with the 2030 agenda, answer African challenges, and help a new global financial architecture emerge, as many authorities asked for it last week in Washington. Academics also challenged our group to act as local leaders on the 2030 agenda and the Paris Agreement, to grow their capital base, to enable more long-term financing, to enforce their accountability on environmental and social matters, and monitor the impact of their financing, to open way more to innovation through development labs and specific new windows to blend finance with private sector and attract more capital, to preserve also independent corporate governance, opening up their boards to civil society and independent experts, to pay attention and channel more resources to subnational development banks based on their capacities in a given territory to provide last-mile services. FiCS is also each year a unique occasion to share the public development bank's results and impacts. I commend the ongoing work by so many colleagues in the room through the 10 thematic coalitions FiCS gathered since 2020 on water, on gender, on health and social investment, on private sector in Africa, even on issues like sports and development. I want this morning to especially highlight before COP27 what we are doing collectively on green finance. For instance, after the multilateral development banks, the IDFC Club reached a record $224 billion of green finance last year in 2021. This is a 20% increase compared to 2020. So if all the public development banks would commit 20% of their commitments each year to green finance, they could extend more than $500 billion of climate finance per year, which is what we need to face climate change. PDBs are also very active on just energy transition partnerships in South Africa, in Vietnam, in Indonesia, in India and Senegal. We are working hard on climate adaptation. The second topic I wanted to highlight is food security, because we know what's ahead of us in 2023 on this issue and also right now. We have created last year, IFAD is hosting it, the PDB platform for green and inclusive food systems, to provide technical assistance, to share best practices, to do the training, to support innovation for green and inclusive finance, to build a network of more than 70 public banks that have a significant action in the field of agriculture. Remember that 2/3 of investments in agriculture are coming from public development bank. Last, I want to invite all of you during the 2 days of the meeting to identify the key messages that could form our call to action at the end of the summit. To our leaders, Mr. Prime Minister. FiCS contributed this year to the Indonesian presidency of the G20 after Italy last year. We intend to do the same next year with India. Our colleagues from SIDBI are in the room, then Brazil, then South Africa, dream countries for public development banks. We want also, yes, to contribute to other key milestones, COP27 and COP15 on biodiversity. On all these occasions, I think we should call our governments in particular to clarify and explicitly strengthen the mandates of public development banks, to systematically align their operations with the Paris Agreement, to encourage the elaboration by public development banks and the private sector of common guidelines and methodologies for the alignment with SDGs, to increase the public development bank's financial capabilities, including through channeling special drawing rights to multilateral development banks, and grant all of us direct access to key multilateral funds like the Green Climate Fund, the GEF, the GPE, or the new FIF for health. Of course, if proper standards and procedures are satisfied by applying public banks. Last, of course, promote international cooperation and mobilize the Finance in Common platform to provide services to its members, especially national development banks. I propose that we create a secondment program for more staff exchanges between all of us and to better allocate project preparation funds. I conclude by thanking you with the feeling that FiCS is progressively becoming this open and inclusive space we need, where we collectively look at the future and increase our capacity to do more and do better. I dream of a global and seamless architecture of all public financial institutions, each positioned where their comparative advantage stand, clearly guided by the twin mandate of financing the most vulnerable and mobilizing as many actors and financial flows for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Merci encore, Monsieur.
Thank you again, Mr. Rioux, for this committed and engaging speech. I now will call Mr. Alvaro Lario, who's the head of the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Mr. Alvaro Lario, you're welcome. Thank you.
Monsieur le Premier Ministre,
Dear Prime Minister, dear ministers,
ladies and gentlemen, I would like first to take the floor to thank the African Development Bank, the European Investment Bank, and obviously Rémi and his leadership at Agence Française. There was a clear call for action that we pick it up. IFAD is ready and stands up to join the coalition of doers, as the president of the EIB has said. It is an honor and a pleasure to be with you today and to share IFAD's vision on a matter that is critically important to all of us: how to accelerate and scale up the financing to combat hunger, poverty, and climate change impacts. The situation is grim. COVID-19 pandemic has left the world battered, and before we could recover, the war in Ukraine has plunged the world into a new food crisis. Climate change is giving no break to rural areas where the world's poorest people live. Our food systems are failing us and are failing the planet. We are seeing deeply worrying signals from rural areas in developing countries. Small producers cannot afford inputs and energy to produce. To survive, rural families are selling their productive assets, thereby compromising their future livelihoods. The Horn of Africa, as you are all aware, is experiencing the worst drought in 40 years, putting millions of people at risk of famine. The region is facing a 5th consecutive failed rainy season. We cannot continue drifting from crisis to crisis. We need to provide long-lasting solutions to hunger and poverty and build resilience to halt the cycle of crisis. This has to start with small producers who are at the core of our food systems, and our food systems are at the core of global stability. Small producers grow 1/3 of the world's food, but often remain hungry and poor. At IFAD, we believe that building resilience is the best insurance against the full range of the threats rural people face, from climate change, from conflict, from income shocks, and from food insecurity. As we did last week at the G20 Joint Finance and Agriculture Ministers meeting, we need to convene all partners and bring together finance and agriculture to address the world's most pressing problems. This is one of the key features of our coalition. I'll switch to French now. Mesdames et Messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, for FIDA, there is only one way of inversing the current tendency, the current trend. And this is the time to make sure that public policies address these issues to make sure that it's more sustainable. But that will come at a cost, $300 to $400 million by 2030. And this looks like a lot, but this is not, it only represents a small part of the world potential. Investment in food and agriculture represents only 2%. This investment must be at the service of development. And particularly, we must invest in the huge potential of the SMEs because they are the key to a development that is accessible and sustainable. In order to attain these objectives in Africa, in Latin America, we are investing in agriculture in order to put in place food systems that are sustainable. And Finance in Common will see its first result by 2023. And this will be in technical assistance so that we can measure the impact of the investments and the changes, the practical changes that can stimulate investments in rural economies. Ladies and gentlemen, our meeting and our expertise is our strength. I know that there are some banks that are not yet public partners who wish to join us. We have to work together for a world that is more just and more inclusive. Thank you very much.
Merci encore, Monsieur Lariou, pour ce message.
Thank you, Mr. Lariou, for this message in French and in English. Now, we will welcome Mr. Patrick Verkooyen, who is also going to share a few words with us.
What is good for Africa is good for the world. And this has never been more true with the climate crisis. So, Honorable Prime Minister, Excellencies, friends, my name is Patrick Verkooyen indeed. I'm the CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation. And I think if you're here in Abidjan today, just coming from Washington, from the annual meetings, on your way to COP27, if you're here today, I think you're here because you know Africa is unstoppable. We all believe it, but Africa is also at a crossroads. In fact, the international community itself is at a crossroads too. And if COP27, in just a few weeks from now, if it fails, all the gains of Glasgow will have been squandered. In fact, global cooperation will suffer a massive setback that nobody can afford. So the importance of this year's Finance in Common Summit, it cannot be overstated. So I want to congratulate President Adesina, President Werner Hoyer, CEO and President Rémi Rieu for hosting this summit, not just now, but here in Africa, and not just in Africa, but in Abidjan. As the minister said, indeed, the climate finance capital in the world this week. And as a prelude to this summit this week, we as GCA, as Global Center on Adaptation, we organized the first ever Climate Adaptation Summit last month in fact. And I'm pleased to be able to report out of that summit as you start your deliberations this week and as we march towards COP27. What was this Africa Adaptation Summit? Well, it was an international action-forcing high-level dialogue chaired by President Macky Sall of the African Union and of course President of Senegal, together with you, President Adesina, as co-convener, as head of the African Development Bank, and with us as GCA. What was on the table? 3 things: Africa, adaptation, finance. And what were the key messages coming out which are relevant for this deliberation this week? 5 things. 1, Africa is in the eye of the storm. Climate crisis, pandemic recovery, and now the fallout of Ukraine. Food, price crisis, and inflation, of course. 2, Africa, ground zero of the climate crisis. And obviously the climate emergency is a global phenomenon. But there's one region, one continent which is hit hardest: Africa. Think about it. 9 out of the 10 most climate vulnerable countries here in Africa. All of us, everywhere, we will feel the fallout of Africa not adapting because it cannot be contained. 3, the doubling in adaptation finance. Glasgow, as you said, Werner Hoyer, Glasgow promised the moon, promised the world, promised the doubling of adaptation finance. Sharm el-Sheikh, in a few weeks from now, it has to deliver. 4, capitalizing the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, the AAAP. And 5, delivering of the 2 instruments of the AAAP, the upstream financing facility, which is the transmission belt to influence IFI investments, and the full capitalization of the ADF Climate Action Window. Simply put, the Africa Adaptation Summit last month was about putting the priorities on the table and raise the political temperature. The COP, indeed, Werner, is where we need to see the results, to come through. As you said, this is the time to see concrete delivery on adaptation, on finance for adaptation for Africa. Because let us be clear, Africa is facing a massive funding crisis to adapt to a climate crisis it did not create. Let us look at the numbers. Current annual spending on adaptation finance to and in Africa, how much? $11 billion a year, which leaves a growing adaptation finance gap of over $41 billion a year. But we have to address this finance gap, because Africa leaders President Macky Sall, the President of Ghana, the President of DRC, the President of Ethiopia, they reminded us that the adaptation agenda is a growth agenda, is a jobs agenda, is a prosperity agenda. And as Werner said, it's also smart economics. And to capture these dividends, we need to do two things. One, we need to dramatically increase the flows of finance. And at the same time, we need to unlock new sources of financing, including from the private sector. Well, you might ask, how are we going to do this? It's obvious, because Africa has a program. Africa has the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. Africa-led, Africa-owned, and jointly developed by the African Development Bank under the leadership, again, of my big brother and good friend, President Adesina, and the GCA. It's by far, the world's largest adaptation enterprise with a $25 billion ambition over 5 years. And the good news things is this. The good news about the AAAP, it's moving, it's working, it's delivering. In the last 18 months, over $3 billion of projects, concrete projects here in Africa have been developed. How? By mainstreaming the best science, the best solutions, the best practical solutions into concrete investments of the IFIs. In food security, in rural livelihoods, together with you, Afro, with your organization, in digital solutions, in nature-based infrastructure, and in youth employment. But to move forward at the scale and pace as is required, we all need to join forces to mainstream adaptation in all investments. And that's precisely where the public development banks come in. Last month, during the Africa Adaptation Summit, I had the honor to sign with you, Remy, a partnership agreement between the GCA and the African Development Bank. We have similar partnerships in place with IFAD, with EIB, and others. And we stand ready to partner with all the public development banks here in this room today and in the next coming period to drum up support for Africa adaptation indeed. Because I'm strongly convinced by delivering on this AAAP, we can set in motion a resilient transformation across Africa. And Excellencies, with this delivery, it will secure the success of COP27, which is very much hinging on evidence that finance for adaptation is flowing at scale, at speed. And when this is, Honorable Prime Minister, and when this is Africa's moment, this has to be in the billions of US dollars. The African Development Bank already put down on the table $12.5 US for the AAAP. So we are halfway there. So the climate action window of the ADF, that outstanding replenishment, it has to be banked by COP27. And the AAAP upstream financing facility, the transmission belt, it has to be banked by COP27. We have one shot to deliver on this pledge. So Excellencies, Honorable Prime Minister, colleagues, friends, as we are here this week in Abidjan, the climate finance capital of the world, as we're charting a path forward on a green and just transition for a sustainable recovery, let us remember, adaptation is unstoppable. And even with the climate crisis, Africa is unstoppable. I thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verkoing, for this very dynamic, energetic and inspiring message. Thank you very much. Place à présent à Monsieur Carlo.
We'll call on Mr. Carlo Monticelli.
Your Excellency Prime Minister Achi, honorable ministers and head of delegations, President Adesina, President Hoyer, Chairman Ryu, chers amis du FiCS, Madame and Messieurs, it is a pleasure and an honor for the Council of Europe Development Bank to once again support in a resolute and proactive way the Finance in Common Summit, as we have done since its very launch. Our enthusiasm to be part of FiCS stems from a firm belief that, together with the multilateral development banks and public development banks, we are the partners of choice for development finance. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and those set by the Paris Agreement remain and must remain our common objectives, notwithstanding the war in Ukraine. Accomplishing this mission is a daunting challenge, since multiple and overlapping crises threaten the viability of the 2015 agenda. The most vulnerable in our societies are bearing the brunt of the repercussion of the war in Ukraine and other crises: food, energy, remounting inflation, the legacy of COVID. We are witnessing a dramatic rise in poverty and insecurity worldwide, including Europe. The race to the challenge is difficult. We need to join forces and multiply our impact through convinced multilateralism and ingenuous partnerships. This is what the Finance in Common Summit is about, and this is why its approach today is so relevant and riveting. Multilateral and public development banks have been cooperating for many years, but FiCS goes one step further. It brings us together from all levels of the finance development architecture and involves other actors, including the civil societies. By convening this diverse range of partners around one and the same table, FiCS helps its coalitions to deliver concrete actions. And of course, I have a special thought for the Coalition for Social Investment, which the SEB co-leads with the Agence Française de Développement. At SEB, over the last 5 years, nearly 1/4 of our lending has gone to public development banks. This cooperation has revolved around social infrastructure investment, financing local authorities, especially in the core areas of the SEB's mandate: health, education, social housing. We are also partnered with multilateral development banks, in particular the EIB. Like FiCS, the SEB also goes one step further, partnering with other actors. We enhance our impact to benefit communities, people, especially the vulnerable and the needy. To illustrate what we can be achieved by teaming up with trusted companion institutions to deliver enhanced impact by synergistic collaboration, let me briefly recall the results obtained with our partnership with the International Organization for Migration, IOM. Thanks to IOM presence in the field, we have been able to channel small but very targeted and effective grants to help Ukrainian refugees fleeing from the war and their host communities in countries such as Moldova, Poland, the Czech Republic. Not only we disburse our grants quickly, but we had them covering needs often neglected, such as the assistance to disabled refugees and the provision of psychological support. Beyond grants, SEB has approved so far 1.3 billion in fast disbursing emergency loans to support the countries receiving mass influxes of Ukrainians. These loans have been used to finance emergency for refugees, access social services, and decent accommodations. They represent nearly 1/3 of the bank lending volume, and more is needed. Turning to this year's fixed themes, green and just transition for a sustainable recovery. This objective clearly resonates with the SEP's mandate. As the climate crisis is unfolding into a social crisis whose impact worsens inequalities and deepens vulnerabilities, we at the SEPs have firmly embedded the social inclusion climate change nexus in all our activity. Our increased support for a just and inclusive transition comes from our focus on the social impact of climate action. The current economic turmoil compounds pre-existing challenges, increasing complexity which requires to appreciate the different vulnerability dimension of communities' resilience. We believe that the Coalition for Social Investment is just the right forum to develop the articulate understanding which is essential to support cities and local authorities in building the capacity necessary to respond to developing crises. At SEB, we have substantially increased our support for local authorities, almost doubling it in the last 2 years. Based on our experience and important input from many municipalities, we have identified concrete actions that help cities undertake truly transformative initiatives. Indeed, we look forward to looking with partners in the Resilient Regions and Cities Coalition so as to bring our unique expertise to bear on strengthening resilience. Looking into the future, the momentum threats to prosperity and inclusion, to the very integrity of social action, demand redoubled efforts and fresh responses. The FiCS fosters mutual learning, cooperation, and synergies with old and new partners. By increasing its focus on action and co-financing, it can help scale up our individual efforts, boosting our impact and delivery, fostering truly transformative actions. All our coalition can and must contribute to this collective endeavor. Together, we have committed to shift our strategies towards sustainability. At this dramatic juncture, delivering on our commitment requires creative thinking and bold, resolute actions. FiCS can catalyze our joint efforts to shape a better and more inclusive and sustainable future. The world, and especially new generation, need it, demand it vocally. It is our compelling duty to respond to this urgent plea and to do better than our best. The vulnerable, the needy, and indeed all people deserve nothing less from FiCS and from each of us. Thank you.
Merci encore, gouverneur Monticelli. Attention à la marche.
Thank you once again. Watch the step. Thank you for this message. You know that what this finance in common is also in video conference, and I would like to invite you to watch the next video by Mrs. Amina Mohamed, who's the Deputy Secretary of the United Nations. Thank you.
My deep appreciation to the African Development Bank and the European Investment Bank for hosting this third Finance in Common Summit vital gathering. We meet as the world confronts a cascade of challenges, from crushing debt burdens and a cost of living crises to the escalating climate emergency and the war in Ukraine. Once again, It is the world's most vulnerable that are suffering the most. Clearly, the international financial architecture is failing. The current system entrenches the great finance divide that undermines the ability of developing countries to invest in people and their future. We must act now in greater solidarity and with greater urgency. That is why the Secretary General has called for the launch of an SDG stimulus led by the G20 to massively boost sustainable development, including urgent climate action for developing countries. As providers of affordable long-term finance, development banks play a critical role, providing around 10% of global investments. But they can do much more. First, the large multilateral and regional development banks must overhaul their business models, take more risk, and increase long-term concessional funding to developing countries to transition to renewable energy-based, climate-resilient economies. The African Development Fund's partial credit guarantee issuance to support Benin raising funds for investments in SDGs
Please give him a round of applause.
Votre Excellence Alassane Ouattara,
Mr. Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, represented by the Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Mr. Patrick Ache, Honorable Minister Mrs. Nyali Kaba, Governor for Côte d'Ivoire at the African Development Bank. I call her usually quiet strength. That's why we at peace. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ambassadors, co-host of this Finance in Common Summit, President of the European Investment Bank, Mr. Rémi Rio, Managing Director of the Agence Française de Développement and President of the club and Mr. Alvaro Clario, President of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, Mr. Carlo Monticelli, Governor of the Council of Europe Development Bank, Mr. Patrick Verkrejen, Chief Executive of Global Center on Adaptation, Mrs. Amina Mohamed, my video Undersecretary General of the United Nations, presidents and managing directors of development institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank His Excellency President Alassane Ouattara and the government, the Ivorian government, for welcoming us here in Abidjan. I would like to particularly thank Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister Patrick Haché, for being here today for the official opening of the Finance in Common Summit. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, partners, and delegates of Finance in Common, I would like to, first of all, to thank you for kindly accepting to be together here in Abidjan, in person, Abidjan, where the headquarters of the AFD is, in the country of hospitality, Côte d'Ivoire. As a result, I would like to tell you, Akwaba, welcome to have a finance in common. First of all, we must be together in common. I would like to thank my dear friend, Remy Rio, for his leadership in the area of finance in common. It was established 3 years ago, and Finance in Common has become a global platform of resource mobilization for development. Thank you very much, René, for bringing us together and for sharing your vision with us. That is of great inspiration. Thank you very much, René. Our objective is to get together and build together and fund together. The African Development Bank is pleased to host the current Finance in Common Summit jointly with the European Investment Bank. This summit is special for 4 reasons. Indeed, this is the very first time that the Finance in Common Summit is being held in person. It is the very first time that this Finance in Common Summit is jointly organized by 2 multilateral development banks. It is the very first time that the Finance in Common Summit is being held outside Europe. And this is the very first time that the Finance in Common Summit is being held in Africa. Now I'm switching to English. Would you want me to continue in French? Thank you very much.
Together and finance together it is now. The world is going through significant challenges. The Russian war in Ukraine has sparked an energy crisis, as energy prices have risen by more than 3 times, thrown Europe into energy-driven vulnerabilities, caused rapid increase in the price of food, especially for wheat and maize, and caused global inflation. As developed economies tighten monetary policies to tackle inflation, it is causing other effects, driving up interest rates, capital flight from emerging markets, and increasing debt service costs for already debt-vulnerable countries. And if care is not taken, this could lead to a global recession. Added to this is the challenge of climate change. It poses existential risks to our common world and goals for a better world. Africa, which accounts for just 3% of global emissions, suffers disproportionately from climate change, suffering losses of $7 to $15 billion a year, which is estimated to rise to $50 billion a year by 2035. To address this, the African Development Bank has fully aligned its work to Paris Agreement, devoting 41% of our total finance portfolio to climate finance. We now allocate 67% of our climate finance to climate adaptation, the highest of all global financial and bilateral development finance institutions. That's because that is the problem faced by Africa. The African Development Bank and the Global Center for Adaptation, as well explained by Patrick Vaquation, have launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program to mobilize $25 billion for climate adaptation for Africa. We are going even further, because 9 out of the 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change in the world are the African low-income countries and fragile states that depend on the African Development Fund, which is the concessionary development financing institution of the African Development Bank Group. We have introduced the Climate Action Window for the African Development Fund ADF 16th replenishment. The African Development Fund's Climate Action Window plans to mobilize up to $13 billion over time for the ADF countries. Yet, there is more to do to close the financing gap on climate. And that's why together, as Finance in Common, we need to do more to pool our resources and leverage the pools of capital in the private sector for climate finance. As we tackle global emissions, we must do all possible to ensure energy transitions, while recognizing the specific needs of developing countries, in particular of Africa. The African Development Bank now devotes 83%, probably now it's about 85%, of its financing for energy generation to renewable energy. The bank is implementing the Desert to Power to build the world's largest solar zone in the Sahel, to build 10,000 megawatts of solar and provide electricity for 250 million people. We are doing it not alone, but in Finance in Common, together with Agence Française de Développement, with the European Investment Bank, the Green Climate Fund, with the government of Sweden, with the Rockefeller Foundation, and several other partners. Your Excellency Prime Minister, right here in Côte d'Ivoire, we are supporting Azito, 680 megawatts, and Singrobo Hydro, 44 megawatts, to provide renewable energy and support your country's drive to achieve universal energy provision. This is part of the bold ambition and goal and determination of the government of Côte d'Ivoire to achieve 100% energy access by 2030. I think that's such a great goal. Please clap for the government and for His Excellency the President. Your Excellencies, we are looking forward to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. And as we do, we must move from talking to actually delivering. Sometimes I feel we have megawatts of talk, and the megawatts of talk does not translate into megawatts of financing. That must not be the case in Sharm el-Sheikh. Your Excellencies, as we do, we must feed the world, and I think the president of IFAD clearly said this in his statement. Because of the war in Ukraine, the African Development Bank is responding to avoid a potential food crisis on our continent as a result of this war. And that's why we launched a $1.5 billion emergency financing food production facility to support 20 million farmers in African countries to immediately produce 38 million metric tons of food valued at $12 billion. Mr. Prime Minister, we have been very fast, which includes support to Côte d'Ivoire. Within 45 days of the launch of this facility, our board of directors approved $1.13 billion for 24 countries. And we fully expect to reach 35 countries by the end of this year. Our partners have been there for us. Again, we are working in common. The Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA, provided $253 million, and we've mobilized additional support from Norway, Germany, and the United States of America, with many others to follow. The African Development Bank is driving the transformation of agriculture in Africa by supporting, with $779 million, the establishment of what we call special agro-industrial processing zones, already in 12 countries, including right here in Cote d'Ivoire. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, when Prime Minister Achi, you can see his very handsome face there, launched the Cinementiali Agro-Industrial Processing Zone in Cote d'Ivoire on July 27, the people broke out into what they call Kapachan, a celebratory dance in the Senofo region. They had a reason to dance. An elected Prime Minister said, and I quote you, Prime Minister, "This project is a huge initiative that is part of our ambition towards developing a new kind of agriculture." Here again, partnerships, financing in common has been central. I would like to especially thank our partners, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, the Japanese JICA, the Islamic Development Bank, who have provided, in addition to our own financing, an additional $669 million of co-financing towards the establishment of these special agro-industrial processing zones in Africa. The African Development Bank plans to invest $10.5 billion in agriculture over the next 5 years. We're looking forward to working together with many of you to help unlock the potential of Africa to feed itself and Africa to feed the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to mobilize more financing globally to tackle development challenges, we need to leverage the huge potential private capital that's out there, with $145 trillion of assets under management globally. We must work smarter. We must leverage. We must tilt private financing to complement all of our efforts. And we must reform and improve the effectiveness of the global financial architecture to address the growing development challenges around the world. Financing, in particular, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, as the UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed just mentioned. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the special drawing rights of the IMF can play a significant role in this. The provision of the special drawing rights directly also through the multilateral development banks, as Remy Rio mentioned, can complement the efforts of the International Monetary Fund. The African Development Bank, we can leverage the SDGs by 3 to 4 times and deliver greater pools of financing to financing institutions all across our continent to recapitalize all of the development finance institutions, many of them who are here today, through the finance in common. And let me thank Remy Rio for his leadership in helping us with the government of France under the presidency, under the leadership of President Macron. That way, we will leverage the full power of the special drawing rights for development, optimize the global financial architecture, and deliver greater development impact. And who knows, maybe we can even consider changing the name of the SDRs to Supporting Development Revitalization, SDRs. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must revitalize hope through financing common for the youth. And that's why the African Development Bank is working together with the Agence Française de Développement to develop the youth entrepreneurship investment banks together in discussions now with other partners and governments across the continent, including African central banks, African financial institutions. Today, I had initial discussions with the President Hoyer of the European Investment Bank and his team. We're discussing with the EU Commission and of course, with the MasterCard Foundation. The Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks will be new financial institutions that will provide new financial ecosystems around the businesses of the youth across Africa. It's a good place for me to recognize the great work we've done with the government of Senegal, with Minister Amadou Hott, I don't know, you're right here, who was the former minister for the economy of Senegal, outstanding minister. Please give it up to him. Thank you very much. We must revitalize, as Finance in Common, hope for women. And that's why the African Development Bank, with strong support of the French government, the UK, Netherlands, the Nordic countries, launched the Affirmative Finance Action for Women, with support also from Canada. I am delighted that last year we disbursed $534 million for women businesses. And this year we expect to disburse another $500 million, $500 million for women. It's clear to me, when women run Africa, women win. And when women win, Africa wins. We must keep working together as Finance in Common to leverage investments. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that's why together we are doing the Africa Investment Forum, which has now become Africa's premier investment platform to attract private investments to Africa. Launched in 2018, the Africa Investment Forum has in 3 years helped to mobilize $110 billion of investment interest commitments to Africa. March of this year, Mr. Prime Minister, you're aware, the Africa Investment Forum secured investors' interest commitment for $16 billion to finance what we've been talking about for a long time, the Lagos-Abidjan Highway, which will transform the economies and trade within the West Africa region. That's the power of working together. The next Africa Investment Forum will hold right here in this same place in Abidjan from 2nd to 4th of November 2022, just next month, jointly with the government of Côte d'Ivoire under the presidency of His Excellency President Alassane Ouattara. I look forward to welcoming you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I close, together we achieve more and faster. Let's do that in the next 2 days. We have within the Finance in Common collective lending volumes of $2.3 trillion annually. We can deploy this more effectively to drive the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our common humanity is at stake from what I call the 3 C's: COVID, climate, and conflict. The solutions recommended by the Le Médecin, the medical doctors, is the same. 3 F's, comprimé, 3 comprimé. Finance, finance, finance. Just finance, finance, finance. Take it 3 times a day, you'll be fine. So let's connect, let's cooperate, let's leverage, let's work in common. Let's deliver finance in common. Together we can, together we must, together we will. Thank you very much, et merci beaucoup.
Merci, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this message. You just outlined the challenges of this meeting. We have the honor now to welcome the person who will be speaking after President Adesina. He's the head of the government, His Excellency the Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire, Patrick Achi, and who's going to close this plenary of the Finance in Common Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministers of State of Côte d'Ivoire, Mrs. Kabanyale, Minister of Planning of Côte d'Ivoire, ladies and gentlemen, dear ministers, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, dear brother, dear Minister Governor of the District of Abidjan, Mr. Remy Rioux, President of the Initiative of the Finance in Common Initiative, Mr. Werner Hoyer, President of the European Investment Bank, Patrick Verkooyen, President of the Global Center on Adaptation, Dr. Mr. Alvaro Lario, President of the International Agricultural Development Bank, ladies and gentlemen, the ambassadors, dear representative of the international financial institutions, regional institutions, and bilateral institutions, ladies and gentlemen, when our countries are experiencing overflows of rivers, just like in the sister country of Nigeria, where flooding has caused the displacement of 1.3 million people, when the world is going through in 2022 circumstances that start from the drought to the forest fires that we've experienced in India and in Pakistan, when all the challenges we have to face and overcome are accumulating and amplifying and accelerating the double pressure of an anachronic war in Europe and its consequences all over the world, it looks, of course, as if that now, more than ever, we have to act at the level of the financial actors that are the development banks, so that we can achieve the objectives of the sustainable development of the United Nations, to boost energy transition and promote and finance new models of growth. It is therefore from that point of view, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm honored to take the floor before you this morning on behalf of His Excellency President Alassane Ouattara at this opening ceremony of the third edition of the Finance in Common Summit, which is being held in Abidjan after those of Paris and Rome in 2020 and 2021. And tell you to how much I feel that I bear a huge expectation on behalf of Côte d'Ivoire and Africa for this forum, because it is our continent that will be much more affected over the next decade by the consequences of climate change, that is now much more affected by the triple crises that we are experiencing. And therefore, we need to look at a new model of growth that is inclusive and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me, before anything, to wish you, on behalf of the President of the Republic and the Ivorian government, the traditional Akwaba. Yes, welcome to Côte d'Ivoire, welcome to our land. I would like to thank very sincerely the management of the African Development Bank and the European Investment Bank and their two presidents, Mr. Akinwumi Adesina and Mr. Werner Hoyer, as well as Mr. Remy Rioux, the President of Finance in Common Initiative and Director General of the AFD. For choosing Africa, for choosing Côte d'Ivoire and its economic capital, Abidjan, to hold this summit. This means, I believe, the special place of our continent in as a strategic zone for action in development finance. We have 9 of the 10 countries that are the most vulnerable in the world, and I remind you that our continent, which only emits 4% of greenhouse gases, is suffering most of the consequences of this phenomenon. I would also like to see in the choice of Abidjan the proof of the economic recovery, not just economic, but social and human, that has been achieved by our country under the leadership of President Alassane Ouattara. Côte d'Ivoire has shown yesterday and will show tomorrow with all its partners that it is always possible for men, through courage, work, creativity and unity, to build a new future, to forge a new hope. I would like to see in this choice of Abidjan the acknowledgement of the constant commitment of our country and its president for the last decade to act against climate change, against the degradation of our soils, for the preservation of our human and natural balances. With the restoration of 20% of the forest by 2030, with sustainable cocoa strategy, a cocoa for the future, with the constant strengthening of our renewable energy production, which is going to reach a third of our mix by 2015, with our fight for the promotion of responsible agriculture, which is much more included in the value chains, in the global value chain. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since the Paris Summit in 2020, 527 banks of global banks have engaged in aligning their financial power on the Paris Accord and to sustain biodiversity and intensify the fight against inequalities. Before this historic initiative, which was continued in Rome in 2020, sees here in Abidjan a third chapter for the green transition and just a transition for economic recovery. The banks are essential actors to help in the economy recovery, and through that build a planet that is sustainable and inclusive. The post-COVID period has allowed the development banks to underscore the importance of their role in mobilizing nearly $90 billion of credit to help emerging countries that were impacted by the pandemic. I only hope that this summit organized in Abidjan will be the beginning of the realization of concrete actions that are oriented towards the mobilization of structured resources for the financing and the relaunch against the crises and the realization of the objectives of the African Union. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusions of the work of COP15 with the adoption of 9th of May 2022, called the initiative, the Abidjan Initiative, is a model of the holistic management of the devastating effects of drought on our land, our people, and our future. This program, which is led by His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, is a national action strategy for Côte d'Ivoire and a model which is proposed to amend and duplicate all over the continent and the world for climate balance and for making the degraded soils much more productive and much more economic. It is at this price, and only at this price, that we will be able to put in place sustainable agricultural production, which is inserted in the global value chains and which can create employment and income. It is at this price, and only at this price, that we will be able to fight with efficiency against food insecurity, which is still present in Africa and is affecting 280 million people in 2020. It is at this price, and only at this price, that we will be able to really reduce the terrorist threat that is affecting the heart of the Sahel. Without development in the rural areas, without stabilization of the natural environment, we run the risk of seeing populations always becoming much more fragile. I'm therefore happy that the promises of funding $2.3 billion over the next 5 years are beginning to become a reality with the support of the African Development Bank, the Team Europe, the UNDP, the Bank West African Development, and also the Ban Ki-moon Institute. We have to continue these mobilization efforts so that all the promises that have been formulated can become a reality. And we are certain that the next COP27 will allow us to achieve this progress. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that the challenge of ecological transition and economic transition over the next few years, over the next decades, will be a challenge, the greatest challenge of history and humanity. But we have to do this for all the generations, all societies. And this is the reason why this third summit, Finance in Common, is of great importance, because it will help us accelerate the adaptation of our societies in order to build a resilient climate and a social climate that is just and equitable for all. And that is why it seems to me that we need to deepen the subjects that we are discussing. First of all, collective work in order to be able to align on the Paris Accord and putting in to think about the concrete ways that we can bring to bear on energy transition. And also the cost of this energy transition, which for which we were able to put together $1 trillion, but by 2050 we will need $50 trillion. We need to do more, much more than what we are seeing at the moment. And we have to find the means and the mechanisms and the schedules and the steering tools to achieve this. This role of the development banks is so important for Africa that the continent is suffering the most from the consequences of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. These crises that have nothing to do with Africa are really affecting the peoples of this continent. The global inflation and the problems of that people are facing are even greater in this part of the world, given the intensity of the threat. And this is why we have to strengthen our investments in infrastructure and in the development of human capital. These crises, through the increase of interest, are reducing the possibilities of financing the continent when the continent needs it most. Money is rarer and more expensive for Africa. And this situation can destabilize the whole continent and the whole planet. The role of development banks in these times are showing the importance of increasing their financing in order to help sustainable development. This will be putting back the equity and the responsibility of the world towards this continent. And if you need to do more for Africa, we also need to think about the private sector, the African private sector. The ambition of dedicating $4 billion to the SMEs, the African SMEs by 2021 was achieved, or at least adopted. But to this, we know that the invention in Africa of new models of transition, the success of social inclusion is also that of our women and our youth. And we need the intelligence and the energy to face up to all the challenges and to forge new balances. So you need to help us. Our public powers, national public powers, need to be helped. This is the only way that we will win this fight against climate change and win the fight for inclusive development. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in these difficult times that we are going through, with the major risk of fragmentation and global violence, we need a multilateralism which is much more powerful, much more living, in order to overcome these challenges. Because we only have one Earth, we only have one humanity. We don't have any alternate moon, or we are not on the moon, and we don't have any planet, any alternate planet, because we have to look in this 21st century at all the dangers and anachronism which destabilize our world, and the return of the war, which will deny what we need to do. All the crises that affected the countries of the North also affect the nations of the South, be they climatic, geopolitical. If nothing changes, then the South, the East, and the West will not survive. This has shown that definitely we are together. In order to use the expression that we use often here in Côte d'Ivoire, together, we have to denounce all the limits in our system and reinvent it. Yes, we have everything in common, and it is together, only together, that we will be able to forge the power of a climatic finance that will be just, green, and positive. And this is at the heart. It is the essential element, the vital element of this summit that should not be another summit, vague, and a summit of words and promises, but a summit of commitment, of action, and of courage and audacity. A summit that does not forget, and does not forget this phrase of Nelson Mandela, who says that to accomplish your mission when history calls you is the only thing that matters and the only thing that does not have a price. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the AFDB, the European Investment Bank, and I would like to open officially, on behalf of President Alassane Ouattara, a very good session during this conference. Long live climate change, the engagements against climate change, long live energy transition, and long live our spirit of cohesion, union, and ambition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Prime Minister for this passionate speech. This is now the end of the opening ceremony. We will close this opening ceremony with the speech of the Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Prime Minister. Thank you to all the officials, to all the members of the government of Côte d'Ivoire who have participated in this session. This is a first in Côte d'Ivoire. So thank you to all of you for having taken part in this event. We will have the first high-level panel on the just transition. Thank you.
Et je vais demander effectivement aux personnes présentes, et notamment aux intervenants et aux modérateurs de venir.
Oui.
All the speakers. Sommet Finance en commun, édition 2022, en direct d'Abidjan, en Côte d'Ivoire.
We're live from Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. Welcome. Thank you for being here for this first high-level panel session that we are going to start empowering SDGs with a just energy transition. I'm Marie-Angèle Touré, your MC, and please feel free to react to what will follow on social media through the hashtag Financing in Common 2022. I'd like to call on Zef Leko to come and kick off this moderation session, please.
By the way, it's a bilingual event. Vous savez bien sûr que vous avez vos
As you're well aware, you have headsets at your disposal.
Yes. The topic that we are discussing today sounds like a futuristic movie title. Powering the SDGs with the jet. That's got a ring to it. I love it. But I can assure you it is a conversation that is here right now, and we've got a high-level panel to navigate through that conversation. Online, we've got the Honorable Minister of International Cooperation of Egypt, Dr. Rania Al-Mashad, and next to me here, let me just get my order right. I've got the Vice President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Kevin Kariuki. Then I've got the Managing Director of the Nordic Development Fund, Ms. Karen Esaksin. Then I've got the Assistant Director General and Regional Director for Africa of the International Labour Organization, Ms. Cynthia Samuel Olonjuwon. Then at the far end, I've got the former Minister of Economy, Planning and International Cooperation of Senegal, Mr. Amadou Hott. Welcome to all of you. Our best efforts as finance institutions to achieve the SDGs continues to be challenged by climate change. In developing countries, the harsh impacts of climate change are largely felt by the marginalized groups, the poor and women. And as has been said earlier, it's an open secret that the most exposed countries for climate change are here in the African continent. The just energy transition has multiple social impact. So moving away from fossil fuels is actually an opportunity to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. Last week, the Climate Policy Initiative gave us something to think about when they said in a new report that was tracking the top 70 public financial institutions that less than 30% of those institutions actually has a commitment, either a net zero commitment or a Paris agreement aligned commitment. And these are the institutions that represent about 95% of the total assets in the Finance in Common database. That is something for us to think about. At the DPSA, we have made a commitment to achieve a net zero portfolio by 2050. And we've taken the practical position that says we will provide transition finance and we will not support fossil fuel investments that are not aligned in some way to a practical and a clear just transition plan. We also actually championing exciting work in financing the just energy transition. We will be launching this work next month under the IDFC Climate Finance Group. So as we approach COP27, the central question for this panel here is how do we mainstream and finance in common climate resilience, adaptation, and just transition principles to deal with the social and environmental impacts of climate change. So let me start with you, and maybe before I do that, I just want to remind the panelists to please stay within the allocated time, and maybe we can, at the end, have an opportunity to take one or two interventions from the floor. Let me start with you, Dr. Kariuki. Given the socio-economic fallout from COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine, how best can public development banks and multilateral development banks contribute towards the just energy transition and accelerated progress towards the SDGs?
Thank you very much. Just to provide some context, since the onset of COVID-19, the number of people without access to electricity in Africa has increased by at least 30 million. And then, given the close correlation between electricity access and poverty, it is therefore not surprising that a similar number of Africans are reported to have sunk into extreme poverty, eroding recent gains on the progress towards sustainable development goals. Suffice it to say that the conflict in Ukraine is exacerbating the situation. Therefore, considering that energy is the golden thread that connects economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability, to quote the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, we must therefore ramp up energy supply to meet the needs of the 600 million Africans without access to electricity and the 1 billion Africans that lack access to clean cooking for accelerated progress towards the SDGs. But at the same time, we must contend with the climate crisis, an existential threat to people and planet. This calls for limiting of global warming to within 1.5 degrees Celsius of pre-industrial level. In the event, Africa must harness its vast and unexploited solar, hydroelectric, wind, and geothermal potential. Just to give you an indication, mark you, of the 10,000 gigawatts of solar potential, less than one of which is about 40% of global potential, only less than 1% has been utilized, while only about 7% of the 350 gigawatts of hydro has been exploited. Meanwhile, and this is important, until there is greater interconnection of our power systems and sufficient technological developments to make, one, battery energy storage systems cost competitive, and B, to enable the safe and economic switching of important source of energy for Africa, switching from natural gas to green hydrogen for power production, natural gas is likely to remain an important source of energy for Africa in the foreseeable future. In particular, natural gas portends promise in increasing Africa's access to clean cooking. Remember, I said 1 billion Africans don't have access to clean cooking solutions. Therefore, to effectively contribute towards just energy transition and accelerate towards progress of the SDGs, public development banks, including MDBs, must prioritize the development of renewable energy, promote interconnection of power systems in Africa, and support the continent's natural gas sector. And I emphasize this, to the extent such development is compatible with the Paris Agreement and facilitates transition to clean energy, as well as promotes climate adaptation and climate resilience. Furthermore, considering the increasing limited public sector funding, and such prioritization must inevitably consider public-private partnerships as the preferred model for delivery of energy infrastructure, and support the creation of enabling environment that attracts and crowds in private sector investment. Let me stop here. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. Doc, maybe just to follow on, besides collaborations, how is the AFDB contributing towards this journey of just energy transition and the overall progress towards the SDGs?
Thank you very much. I think I'll start with the policy level. Late in 2021, the bank approved an addendum in the energy policy to preclude new investments in coal projects, but undertook to assist regional member countries dependent on coal for energy production in developing just energy transition plans, which will underpin low carbon development trajectory in such countries. This is the context in which we are supporting South Africa's Just Energy Transition Program, and we look forward to leading, talking to my sister Al-Mashat, we look forward to leading the Nwafi water pillar, and also involve ourselves in the water pillar, which involves harnessing renewables in water desalination and irrigation, and we are also supporting Nwafi's also energy pillar. That's number one. But as the President mentioned earlier this morning, we put our money where our mouth is. This is evidenced by the fact that since 2016, we have increased the proportion of renewables in our energy mix to over 85% of our investments, developing 2,300 megawatts of renewables in the process. And this includes such transformational projects, such as the 510 megawatt Nur Wazizate solar project, which is the world's largest concentrated solar project, and the 310 megawatt Lake Turkana wind project, which is Sub-Saharan Africa's largest wind farm, and the 420 megawatts Nachtigal hydropower project in Cameroon. In the process, we have invested in projects that also provide electricity access. For the first time, some 20 million people, thanks to our investments, have access to grid and off-grid power. And the best example here is in Kenya, where by coincidence I come from, where the last mile connectivity project has increased electricity access, listen to this, from 30% in 2013 to over 75% to date. If that is promoting SDGs. We also have established a 420 million sustainable energy fund for Africa, which aims to catalyze investments in clean energy across Africa. Over its lifetime, SEFA as we call it, will mobilize investments of over 5,000 megawatts of new renewable energy capacity and provide access to 7.5 million people. The President also mentioned this morning about the Desert to Power. We are already rolling out this particular project that seeks to generate 10,000 megawatts of solar power to provide electricity to 250 million people and in 11 Sahel countries, from Senegal in the west to Ethiopia and Eritrea in the east. And finally, consistent with the financing common, we hope to launch the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, or just AGIA, at COP27. AGIA is the brainchild of the bank and has received confirmation of formal interest by Team Europe, comprising of the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the French Development Agency, and, as well as Rockefeller Foundation. AGIA seeks to generate robust pipeline of sustainable, climate-resilient infrastructure projects to facilitate the bridging of Africa's infrastructure gap at scale and speed that is compatible with the continent's net zero targets, while at the same time meeting the continent's development needs. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, VP. I think that was comprehensive. Karen, let me move over to you. What is the NDF's perspective on climate change and on just energy transition?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. And I also think that my role now as Managing Director of NDF very much builds on my previous role as Executive Director of the African Development Bank. The Nordic Development Fund is quite a small international governmental organization. We are a 100% focused climate fund that is capitalized by the 5 Nordic countries. We focus very much on sub-Saharan Africa. We go into transactions both in the public and the private sector, and I think that is key to our approach, that we can have this holistic and comprehensive approach towards just energy transition so that we can ensure reliable, affordable, and clean energy. You have to work on both fronts. You have to work with the public sector, just as Kevin Carioca mentioned. You have to provide the enabling environment, but you also have to be there to support private sector entities to actually deliver services for the just energy transition. So, and in order to do that, we are in the very good position as the Nordic Development Fund to have patient capital. As I mentioned, we are capitalized by the development budgets of the 5 Nordic countries, and we can provide both grants, loans, and equity. Highly concessionary capital. This is something I think that we, as the global community of development banks, we should try to think, how can we actually ensure that we can take risk? Because there is no way that we will be able to achieve a just energy transition if we're not able to take risk. I will give what I think is a very good example of how we, Nordic Development Fund, can work on both the public and the private sector, but also mix the instruments of grant, loans, and equity to achieve the best structure of the financing for the interventions that we enter into. And I also would like to spend a few minutes to refer to SEFA, the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. We are there as a donor, and there is also a strong bilateral Nordic presence in the trust fund. And basically, via the trust fund structure, we can then ensure the enabling environment. But you also need to be there on the ground and finance individual transactions. So by being able to provide grant money for structuring and design of facilities, and also come in very early with risk-willing capital, like we did in the Impact Investment Fund, the off-grid energy facility. We were there, we provided a grant for the structuring, and we also then came in among the first investors with junior equity. That, I think, is a great example on how we can work on many fronts and in a very comprehensive way.
Thank you, Karen. I just want to explore a little bit that point you're making about the private sector. So, considering that promoting energy efficiency is quite key in this energy transition agenda, especially in emerging markets, how can Planet Finance assist with that approach?
Well, the very short and simple answer is that energy efficiency investments is still a quite immature market in Africa. And to advance the market, but also to be able to make sure that there will be follow-up investments, there is a need for blended capital structures. I know that this audience is extremely competent and knowledgeable, but it may still come as a surprise to some of us that in order to reach the needed reductions in emissions for net zero 2050, almost 30% or even more than 30% of the reductions has to come from energy efficiency projects. So this is something that cannot be looked over. We both have to address the supply side, and we do have to address also the demand side in this. And by doing that, one consequence is that energy may, or hopefully will become more affordable if we can have a more balance between supply and demand. And as I said, the market is still quite immature. We need to, in some we need to create the market, but we also need to be there to be ready to actually then finance projects in energy efficiency. And again, here, Nordic Development Fund is one of the first investors in the Africa Go Green Fund, which is another great initiative that grew out of the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. So let's not look over the opportunity with energy efficiency. It will take a little bit more of creative thinking, both in terms of what kind of business model should be brought to the market, but also in terms of what kind of financial structures are needed to make this happen.
All right, thank you for that. Mayor Cynthia, I'd like to have your views on what do you think should be the key ingredients to make sure that a just energy transition will lead to progress of SDG 8? SDG 8 is the one on decent jobs.
Thank you very much, Ndade Zef. To start with, it's important that the J, the just in the energy transition, is focused on, or otherwise we'll just have a regular transition of energy. So that dimension in answering that question was well framed by the Deputy Secretary General, Madam Amina Mohammed, in her earlier statement, and I'll just build on that. How do we ensure that the energy transition is just? 3 points. The first one, we have to clearly recognize, and it has to go beyond semantics, that the impact of energy transitions on labor markets are not the same. They're not the same across regions, they're not the same. Within regions, they're not the same, even within countries. And it's important that we pay close attention to that dimension. Just in terms of statistics, it is expected that as we move from fossil fuels and mining of gas, natural gas, coal, we will lose globally about 2 million jobs. That's one side of it. But there's also the other dimension that with the increased demand for minerals like cobalt, like nickel, there would be an uptake in terms of demand, which has implications for just transitions. But it doesn't happen on its own. It has to be done systematically. So that's the first point. The second point is that we must be very deliberate in focusing on investing in jobs. Green jobs, the good news is green jobs actually investing in green jobs actually pays off. Our studies show that green investments generally create more jobs for every $1 million invested. 2 key examples: investments in solar photovoltaic and geothermal energy create up to 70% more jobs, 70% more jobs than the same investments in fossil fuels. Worldwide, if we double the share of renewable energy in the total energy supply by 2030, it could lead to 24 million jobs in the energy sector, and I'm talking about new jobs. And this has implications for work for women, young women and men. The second dimension within the investment in jobs is that it can't be any kind of jobs. Quality matters. And so this opportunity is for countries to strategically reorient their policies and decisions in a way that will lead to good quality jobs and reduce work in the informal economy. Not work that perpetuates poverty or even increases poverty for the people who are working. It's also important that policies and financing strategies are geared towards what we call green and decent jobs. These are jobs that promote positive environmental outcomes, but are also jobs that are productive and ensure a fair income and social protection. Third dimension, we have to strategically invest in people. And this is important for strengthening the social fabric of our countries to be able to receive the energy transitions and actually thrive. Two areas we need to work on: skills development. Skills development is key for just energy transitions, whether we're talking about skilling, reskilling, or upskilling. For a net zero 2050 future to become reality, it is estimated that the skilling of about 122 million energy-related jobs is required. The digital economy is very important in this, and this was mentioned in the opening statements. The second dimension of investing in people is on social protection. Social protection is key for just transitions. And it is important first for those who are going to lose their jobs. It's also important for the transition period between when skills are being, when we're having skills, where people are being skilled and when they take up the jobs. In Africa, where we have the lowest coverage of social protection at 17%, the ILO is working with the African Union and other key partners to ensure that we more than double coverage of social protection in Africa from 17% to 40% within a period of 3 years. Is it possible? Yes, it is. And we have very good examples of how we're doing this in other countries. Finally, it is important for comprehensive policy frameworks that will ensure that the transition in terms of energy is just. And the ILO guidelines for a just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies and societies provides the frame. And there are other documents that help in that regard. I'll stop here.
All right. No, thank you. I do want to have your view on, because one of the key things with financing in common is collaboration. So how should the ILO join forces with government, DFIs, and or private sector, you know, to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs and just energy transition? Very briefly.
Very briefly, I would say that the global accelerator for social protection, jobs, and just transitions provides us with that excellent framework. This was launched last year, and I'm really happy that the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and a lot of the development, the IFIs were part of that exercise and were there last month in the margins of the General Assembly. One, this is a coalition that brings together private sector, IFIs, UN entities, workers' organizations, and key development actors. So there's that platform. And within that, I believe that in a complementary, in a sustainable manner, in a way that fosters the kind of transformations that we want, rather than using Band-Aid for gangrene, but really working on transformation, it provides us with a space. Now, what can development banks do? There's a finance pillar. Development banks can do a lot by providing public investments that create the conditions for private investments to take place in key areas. Second, deliberately and proactively invest in having social investments around social protection, around institutions that will facilitate the development that has the human at the center, rather than the normal way we've been doing business. And then the last one that I will focus on because of time is that the development banks can develop the tools and frameworks that will enable us effectively monitor the impact of investment on these positive outcomes, whether it's on social protection, whether it's on good quality jobs, or those key issues that make the energy transition just.
Thank you for that. Let me get to you, former Minister Hott. You've been on both sides of the spectrum. So I'd like to hear from you. How do you see philanthropy playing a role alongside the public development banks to help accelerate the implementation of just energy transition, not only in Africa, but maybe in other developing regions?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be back to Abidjan. Philanthropy has very valuable capital. Typically, philanthropy doesn't seek for returns, or if they seek for return, it will be very low returns. Here, we'll assume that philanthropy to act, to catalyze without seeking really financial returns, but focusing on the impact. 3 points. Number one, without the skills on the developer side, on the government side in particular, it will be very hard to develop a very robust pipeline of, let's say, renewable energy projects, for example. You need to tool up on the government side, recruit experts and savvy people that help drive the agenda. I believe that philanthropy can finance those recruitments, like we have done in Senegal over the past 3.5 years. When I became minister, the first thing I did was to help raise a fund to recruit talented people within the ministry to help drive the development agenda there, number one. Number two, without project prepared fast and correctly to attract investments, we will not go anywhere. So philanthropy money can be invested in platforms that will attract private sector money, or even DFI's money to do a project preparation, because it's very expensive, it's risky. Philanthropy money can come in as a first loss, for example, and help catalyze other investors' money. Number three, we are facing it today. Many projects, for example, in renewable energy, have the challenges of the tariff. I give an example. You take a hydro project that requires very long-term money because the projects will be operated for very long term, maybe 50 years. But the typical DFI's money you will have will be 15 years or 17 years, for example. How to create that blended finance so that the tariff can be lowered. So this is one. So philanthropy money can be also utilized to provide the viability gap. Because sometimes if you don't reach certain returns, the investors will not invest. Or the tariff would have to increase, while the governments cannot, the population or the government cannot afford such a higher tariff. Today, we are seeing a rapid rise on interest rate. Some project that was developed maybe 2-3 years ago under the assumptions of having relatively low interest rate were viable. But today, those projects will be viable only if you increase the tariff, which means the populations have to pay a higher tariff, or the governments have to increase the subsidy. And everybody is saying to the government, you cannot do subsidies as well. It's not a good way to use your money. So philanthropy money can come in as well as a viability gap to make sure that those projects that are almost ready, but that cannot cross the line because they no longer may be viable because of the changes of environment. You see, the environment is very dicey. It changes all the time. Inflation, interest rate going up, inflation, cost of projects going up. If you had agreed with an EPC contractor 1.5 years ago or 1 year ago a project cost, today it has increased maybe by 20% or 30%, which translate into higher tariffs unless someone steps in and pays for that extra cost. And I think philanthropy can play that role. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Now, given your experience in both the public and the private sectors, what would you say is the main barrier for scaling up low carbon power projects in the continent?
I mean, very quickly, that's very short. You have many barriers, but if we focus on maybe 2 or 3, number one, for me, is really definitely capacity. because often the money can be available. Project preparation money could even be available, even if it is rare, but sometimes you may lack capacity within the actors. So tooling up the actors, I think, is very important. Training, recruiting the right people, having the right people, the best people to handle those kind of projects. If you're negotiating a PPA with developers, developers are very savvy. They have very good lawyers, they have very good financial advisors, and on the utility side, I think it needs to be tooled up. So this is one. Number two, everybody talks about it, is project preparation capital. Probably it's not enough. Even if some facilities exist and they are not finding projects very quickly, but definitely it's not enough if we want to mobilize the tens and hundreds of billions of dollars into the industry. You need to prepare projects and fast as well. And for me, those are two critical points. The other ones are really the obvious ones, which are reviewing the environment, having a right tariff, having utilities which are stronger, better run, etc., to afford signing credible PPAs without the government guarantees. Today also, the debt to GDP ratio is very high in many African countries because of the crisis that we have faced over the past couple of years. The governments have had to borrow a lot of money. So today, some of them might be constrained in terms of borrowing capacity or even capacity to give sovereign guarantees to their utilities, which means then the utilities have to fast track their transformation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I want to move to, thank you very much, Minister Al-Mashad, for waiting patiently for us online. I want to hear from you the views on Africa's role in the climate change agenda itself, but also in the negotiations. I mean, in May, we hosted here in Abidjan the desertification COP, and the climate change COP is coming up next month. So one can appreciate the elevation of the critical situation of the continent. But reality is that the financial commitments from COP26 to power the SDGs in Africa are yet to materialize. As against that, what are Egypt's expectations regarding the upcoming COP27, especially on the just energy transition agenda?
Well, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with the distinguished panelists, VP Kevin and Minister Amado and our friends from the NDK and others. A few points to highlight. First, that on the topic of the panel, SDGs and the just energy transition, the title itself is extremely important because as we're talking about climate action, we should not forget that this is part of Africa's development. It is not divorced from any country's movement forward to focus on the climate agenda. If this realization is there, then it becomes a very significant improvement in the conversation. That's number one. The second point is that from Glasgow to COP, we want it to be a COP of implementation. And what Egypt's presidency has done is set several work roundtables in different regions, including in Africa. This was done in Addis under the auspices of Yonica, where countries from Africa come forward with projects. Because one of the key excuses of why finance doesn't make its way to projects in the countries is that the countries are not ready. So this was one very important aspect that we wanted to put on the table, that Africa has projects in different countries, each country given its various preparedness, but this was important in itself. The third point, and again, to be able to move to a just energy transition, and this is what was echoed by colleagues on the panel, it is a stakeholder engagement. Countries have a role to play. Private sector wants to come in, maybe, but they require a push, and that push comes from multilateral development banks and philanthropy. And the roles of MDBs and philanthropy come in different ways. I appreciate our colleague mentioning that development banks can provide tools for monitoring, tools for reviewing, which is extremely important. And when we take a look at the African Development Bank and the many initiatives that VP Kevin outlined, that is also the essence of moving forward. So when we come to Sharm el-Sheikh, and at the beginning of September, there was a very important forum in Egypt, the Egypt International Cooperation Forum. It was also the meeting of ministers from Africa of finance, environment, and economy, and they put together a communique, which is the Ask of Africa, a practical ask that is going to be presented at Finance Day during COP, which is on November 9th. Also, my colleague, the Minister of Environment, was with the African environment ministers I think 10 days ago, going over again the Africa agenda for COP27. But another important point, in addition to implementation, adaptation and resilience, the global environment has shown us that adaptation is extremely important, food security, water security, and you're absolutely correct. If we look at finance, to be able to achieve the NDCs, Africa needs per year $250 billion. What has reached in 2019-2020 is only 19 billion. So we have a huge financing gap to fill in. That is not even including the calamities which has happened on the back of a very challenging global environment.
Okay, thank you for that, Minister. Finally, are there any targets for COP27? And if there are, what has been done or what should be done to achieve them?
During COP, for the first time on the 2 days that include the leaders, there is a roundtable on water security. We're also pushing on adaptation. So within the adaptation day, there are initiatives aware, an initiative on water is aware, and on agriculture, it's fast. So these are going to be, and they have been done in collaboration with different countries and international partners. The other point which has been, and we want to show this as a host country, but also as one of the countries that has a climate agenda and a development agenda, and that is that countries can be part of a country platform similar to the JETP initiative, which is the Just Energy Transition Platforms. And this is what VP Kevin was mentioning. We put together a country platform, Egypt's country platform for Nuwafi. Nuwafi is the nexus of water, food, and energy. And the word in Arabic means fulfilling promises. And the idea is to be able to mobilize with very clear projects, with very clear decarbonization indices, finance that will be able to push forward this green transition and the green recovery that we are all looking for. So there is philanthropy is going to be very much featured during COP as well, and for the obvious reasons that Minister Amado had mentioned. The first loss is extremely important, but also they are becoming more selective with the projects, and that's why collaboration between the different stakeholders becomes quite important.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to see if there's one or two interventions from the floor. If there's quick ones that we can have, if I can get assistance. No? There's one here. Thank you. Can we be assisted?
Right, hello. Yes, thank you very much for the very interesting panel, and of course this is a very important discussion. I am representing the European youth as part of a program funded by the European Investment Bank. So we were talking, we had discussions with 50 European young people, mostly on the global threats, and of course energy crisis was one of the key issues, if not the key issue, below climate change. So we definitely think this is something we should be talking about, especially from the young community. So I was just very interested in specifically energy efficiency, and this was discussed by the managing director of the Nordic Investment Fund. And so I would just like to know a little bit more, perhaps, on what are the challenges. First of all, why is it not really at the forefront of discussions when it comes to energy transition? This is my impression, and this is the impression of also many young people. And personally, I believe that energy efficiency is the greenest energy we can get, if there is any green energy at all. And then secondly, how can we tackle these challenges on like how to promote and how to invest more in energy efficiency from the development finance community? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, I thought we would have more than one, but we don't have sufficient time. I want to give the panelists 1 minute each to close out, and Karen, you can deal with that question when you close out. Vivi? Let's start. Let's go through that. Yeah, she will deal with it when she closes.
Okay, for me, I think what I would say is that the essence of what I mentioned earlier, the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, espouses the spirit of financing common. Because as my president says, on your own, you cannot be able to hold the stem of a baobab tree. But if you are many of you, it will be possible. So I think what I would say, taking from this particular event, I think AGIA is an idea whose time has come, because we need to mobilize resources at the scale and speed that is required to be able to achieve the ambitions of Africa's low carbon development.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, VP. Karen?
Thank you. So I will give a very brief answer to the question from the floor. And one way of addressing this, I think, is we should actually learn from the past. And remember, 10, 15 years ago, very few people knew what we talked about when we mentioned an IPP. But IPP has become a very well-known concept on how to secure the cash flows from an investment. And I think that this is something that we have to do for energy efficiency as well. There is a methodological problem that you don't create revenue flow, and I hope I'm not too sort of financial wizard now when I mention this, but it's rather about cost savings. But creating the financial structures for energy efficiency so that everyone can know that this is investable, I think is key to bring more energy efficiency projects to the market.
All right, thank you, Karen. Mayor Cindy?
Thank you very much. I'll start with the comment that was made by my sister, the minister from Egypt, in terms of the important role that development banks can play with the tools for monitoring. And I'm really giving a shout out to the African Development Bank for the work that we're doing together with the bankers, ILO, on the jobs markers, being able to monitor how, in a very systematic way, through the life cycle of a project of investment decision. So that's one. The second one, it comes back to what I started with. We have to emphasize the just. And in emphasizing the just energy transitions, we have to focus on jobs, the quality of jobs. We have to focus on skills. That was talked about in different forms. We have to focus on reducing the vulnerabilities of people through investments in social protection. It creates wealth, not just reduce poverty.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. Mr. What?
Thank you very much. On the energy efficiency, I see regulation, of course, playing a role, incentives playing a role, supporting more developers and companies that will develop businesses in Africa, for example, going to see industries and other players to offer them energy efficiency programs that show clearly that they will improve their cash flows. And last point on the JET-P is so important. Everybody talks about it, but we want to make sure that it is really owned also by Africa. It is owned by African governments, that they take the leadership in coming out there and saying, I want to be part of this JET-P program, but here is my plan. Here is what I can do maximum in terms of renewable energy. Here is what the affordability should be. Here is what my grid, for example, can absorb. And here is the investment that I need to make to improve my grid so I can, for example, do more renewable energy. So it has to be really owned by Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. And Minister, finally, you will have the last word.
Thank you very much. Country ownership is extremely important. Collaboration, every dollar today matters. So when we're talking about the development banks in the region, they are not small, and they do not have, and they do have financing. Leveraging is the name of the game, and scaling is another word that is used very much. We've been attending so many roundtables and conferences over the past several months, and I think there is a lot of convergence when it comes to how we can solve the issues going forward and how partnerships can become actually more effective. So I believe that this COP is going to be the platform where we launch going forward the implementation of many of the ideas that we have all been together thinking about, and I think there is more common ground than there used to be in periods before.
Okay, thank you, Minister. We're completely out of time. I wish to close this session by thanking the organizers, the panelists, and you, the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For this, thank you very much, Zeph, for this enlightening conversation, and thanks to all the panelists. It is now time for a lunch break that I'm pretty sure that you will enjoy, especially if you choose to choose Ivorian food that has a very good reputation. We will be back at 2 p.m. for a high-level session number 2 entitled Unclocking Smart and Inclusive Recovery in Africa through the Private Sector. Nous nous retrouverons à 14h ici dans...
We're resuming at 2 p.m. in this same room for the second high-level event of today. Thank you very much. See you later.